Hello and welcome to Swim or Sink 8, the weekly tournament held here by Inkling Performance Labs. This is a really fantastic tournament that's been going on for a little while now. I am Crit, and I'm here with Zillard. Zillard, how are you feeling tonight?
Hey, Adam, I'm feeling fantastic. Right off the bat, we got a great match going up. We are going to go ahead and see a couple of pickups. We got HELIX, which is Chase 247, Latios, Bishop, and Carrot. And on the other side, we got Souffle's Store. Thank you, Battle5, for working with me. Souffle's Stores by the Seashore, which is a tongue twister, and I want to say it 5 times just to get prepared for this commentary block.
Yeah.
That team is made up of Souffle, Draconith, Bleskilo, and Sky 2.0.
Yeah, these are both fantastic teams here. HELIX is a team that we see a lot here at Swim or Sink. Souffle, however, a team that I'm not so familiar with. But you were talking a little bit earlier about them possibly running double backline comp. Zillard, did we lose you, or are you...
My bad. I pressed the wrong push to talk button. As I was saying, Souffle and Draconith are both experienced solo queue warriors with chargers. Souffle recently reached XP 2700, and Draconith has consistently been getting 2600s over the last few months, I'm pretty sure. Now, I think I definitely Souffle is capable of flexing, so we'll see what their strategy is. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Squiffer charger setup going, or like double charger, even on like a zones map. For Clan Blitz, I probably wouldn't expect it, but
yeah, Clan Blitz Inkblot Art Academy, a fantastic map, and definitely one that I don't think we'll see the double backline on.
Yeah, definitely not. I'd be curious to see how they approach it. I do think it is a much more viable strategy than people are willing to give it credit for. Just the ability to instantly delete your opponents on one shot is extremely underrated, and obviously it's very punishable if you can't aim, but at this high level of caliber, it's definitely viable. And we might even see multiple teams be doing it down the line. And another team in the tournament that I'm very well acquainted with is Lychee, who has both Rui and Leah, who are great charger players in their own right as well. But we are going to go ahead and move right in to CB Inkblot Art Academy. You said you've seen the HELIX before in this tournament. What were your thoughts about them?
HELIX, I mean, they're a fantastic team. I can't remember exactly what maps and modes it was that I saw them on, but I do remember being just blown away. A really, really fantastic team. I believe it's Latios is their backline player, which
no, I don't know if that's true. I'm pretty sure Bishop is actually their backline. Is
it Bishop? All right,
yeah.
You know what? I'm thinking of the charger player,
the Australian one, Latias.
Yeah, exactly. So getting a little confused there. But for something like Clan Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy, this is an interesting map for both teams, because it's one of the Clan Blitz maps where you have to cover the most distance to actually get to the basket.
Is it really? Wait, Art Academy is really far distance in comparison? I feel like it's not. It doesn't seem that it's that far, does it? But actually, thinking about it, it's really close to the spawn.
Right. It's close to the spawn. It's not necessarily far in terms of just pure distance, but having to make the climb up onto the platform to really get that score is what makes it a little bit more of a challenging map to actually make a good push on something like Clan Blitz.
So we will actually not see a charger, but rather a Rapid Pro Deco on the side of HELIX. Unfortunately, it goes down early, but Rapid Pro Deco is the one with wall and armor, and I actually think it's such an underrated pick, especially for backlines. It's not the most mobile of the rapids, but it is extremely powerful in its own right.
Yeah, especially on a map like this where you can stay on your plat and really get a lot of picks in center. So right away we see Souffle getting quite a few clams and a good bit of map control. Looks like they're trying to make a push already, not even a minute into the game, and we have the 2 power clamps scored now. Oh, I'm sorry, just the first power clamp scored, but already down below 60 points on the side of Soffle. This is a nice early push, and of course, just as I say that, HELIX starts, making a really good defensive push. They take back their plat almost completely, and that's going to be the end of that first push. But not a bad one to start off the game.
Yeah, and in sets like this, you can actually start to pick, you see the tangible differences between low and high level, or not low and high level, sorry, mid and high level. Essentially, what was the difference was you never really saw Souffle's team back down out of having, after that scoring that first clam, they still maintained turf control, and pretty dominantly too. They never really relinquished control, and only when they went 3 down did they actually have presence of mind to get out a little bit. And now you're seeing Chase push up a little bit. Chase does go down with that clapple. Gladios does not get a pick with that inkjet, but is actually able to land relatively safe. Spoken too soon. Draconif gets a clean double.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the choice to run the Firefin splatter skills here is really interesting. We see Draconif putting it to good use there, using that wall to kind of using it almost offensively to block off the basket to help their team make that push and pushing down to 39 points just like that.
Yeah, and when you think of Clam Blitz, you usually think of a special like bubble to help push in, but Wall is just effectively a pseudo bubble. Like you get more objective time with that wall in front of you, and that's probably why Draconif ended up going that Firefin scope, because you end up with such flexibility to be able to run forward with that push. And actually, yeah, go for it.
Oh, I was just gonna say absolutely, and on top of that, you have the you have the suction bomb rush, which again does a fantastic job of just clearing the way for your team to make a good push.
Yeah, suction bomb rush also really crucial for turf control, and that's why the Firefin in particular has seen a lot of nerfs over the years on its like turf ability, because you essentially painted with the main weapon for a lot, like really long lines over the entire map, and then you just charge special, and then you get more turf control with that with that bomb rush.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to point out, we are seeing a completely just oppressive performance here by Soffle. I mean, it seems like at every time I look up at the clam count, Soffle is just completely dominating and always having multiple power clams on the board. And just as I say that, Latios coming in, getting the double with the inkjet, opening up an opportunity for them to start making a push, and HELIX scoring their first power clam.
They don't exactly have all the clams that they need to take the lead, but they actually do have enough to fight into the lead quite well as Soffle gets their bearings under it. 2 of them do go down. They push to 44. The clams are around. If they get a couple of central picks and Chase lives, which unfortunately he doesn't, they could have made a bigger push, but it does have to stop at 30K.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic push nonetheless. I mean, it's the start of a comeback, but it's when you're at a point where you're down 70 points, it is so hard to get the number of clams on the board that you need to even be able to make the push down to take the lead.
And 40 seconds left, but both teams are in a great position to win it. And actually what you see is Sky, unfortunately going down to a bomb, but you do see Sky throwing clams off the edge to try and hog clam economy to prevent HELIX from making a comeback push with the clams that they have. But at this point, it's going to be about making the picks and holding the map. Now, Bishop getting a fantastic double. How about that spark and direct in both situations? Can they do something with that, though? Oh, Draconif goes down. Chase is in position. They have the jump. Dude, they just need clams. There's 1 clam in. They need a couple more clams in.
There's 1 more. Are they going to be able to make this push? Oh, unfortunately, it looks like
that's it.
Souffle's taking back their plat. That was a fantastic end of game push, but again, I mean, they just didn't have the amount of clams that they needed to take that lead. I mean, again, I want to point out that amazing play that we saw Sky making at the end, just taking as many clams as they could and just throwing them off the map. It's such a smart idea, Clam Blitz is a unique mode in that, unlike something like Rainmaker or Tower Control, when you have the lead, you can't just camp at your spawn or camp at the goal and prevent your opponents from approaching. Rather, you have to keep that pressure on and you have to get those clams, because if you allow your opponent to build up as many clams as they can, then it becomes immensely more easy for them to make a big push.
So thinking about it, it was a smart idea to go for the throwing the clams off the map in that instance. Except contextually, it really didn't make sense considering that Sky actually ran right into a bomb right after, and there's still 35 seconds left to go. Now, it ended up working for their team, but at the end of the day, you probably want to go for kills, and then clams if it's like an overtime push and you want to deny the other team from getting a power clam to stall out for overtime.
Yeah, 100%. So next up, we're going to be going to Splat Zones on Humpback Pump Track. This is a really phenomenal map and mode. What do you think? Are we going to see that Firefin come out again?
You always hear about the Booyah spam on the Zone's Humpback Pump Track. And now, I don't expect... but Firefin is just one of the best Zone's weapons ever, of all time. Like, undeniably one of the best. And we will see... No, we're actually seeing E-Leader, which is also a fantastic Zones map. And you're going to see the Flings that come out with a backless comp instead, with Bishop opting to go for the K-Rapid. Now, on a map like this, I actually don't know if going for a lower range composition is going to work out in their favor.
Yeah, that is interesting to see. I mean, especially with the K-Shot and the Junior as well. But, we'll see if it works out for them. Right off the bat, however, we have Soffle coming in and taking control, running the double slosher comp. That's interesting. I definitely like the use of the tri-slosher on a map like this, where you have so many kind of dips and little valleys where you really have the opportunity to take advantage of that high ground and low ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Tri-slosher, back when I played, which was many moons ago, I would actually pocket this because I didn't have anything else to go, and I would end up running Tri-Slosher support for my team, and somehow it would end up working. It doesn't matter if you go headstrong and die, as long as you get 3 to 4 armors in and you're providing turf control and area zone control for your team, then you're actually doing a good job. But it seems like Soffle is going to run away with this unless there's a magical paint and push coming in from the other side of Helix.
Yeah, the zone has been in Souffle's control literally this entire game, and just like that, counting down to 0. Wow, that was an incredibly fast knockout on the side of Soffle.
Yeah, and actually, unfortunately for Helix, the frame that they got enough turf to get to cancel the zone is the frame that the counter went to 0, so they do not get the benefit of the doubt and stop it at 1.
Look at that, we see Sky with the 7 KA there on that tri-slosher. What a fantastic performance.
Yeah, that was fantastic indeed. So, Souffle's Stores by the Seashore will take it 2-0. I could not rhyme that with anything. I was racking my brain. I wanted to have a one-liner there. I could not complete it. But next up, we will see who is actually going to go ahead and jump onto stream here. Souffle Stores by the Seashore has the privilege of facing off against Rip Max, which is actually 3 Ascension or 3 In Control now members, plus a longtime backline Lux. So good luck to both of those teams, and we will get back to you as soon as we know who we are going to be casting next. Welcome back to Swimmer Sync number 8. We are in round 2. No, this is round 3 technically. I believe it is a best of 3, and we are returning with two teams that many viewers have actually seen before. We are welcoming the return of Arctic Moon, now subbing in Kofor and Shockwave, and they will be facing off against Sunrise, who actually just won their set 2-1 over Massacre. Now, Arctic Moon actually took a 2-0 over Splat Force. And Arctic Moon is just one of those teams that I've seen consistently. I've seen their growth from the lower divisions around April of 2020, or not even 2020, 2019, and all the way to now. They've really been on the grind.
Yeah, absolutely. Arctic Moon, a team that we see quite a bit here, and Sunrise, I'll be honest, a team that I'm not incredibly familiar with, but if they took a 2-0 over Massacre, then they've got to be pretty good.
2-1 over Massacre, but
2-1 over Massacre, okay.
I concur. Now, these best of 3 sets are a little bit deceptive because a lot of things can happen in 3 games, and the saying is you need a best of 9 to really determine the true winner of any real showcase between two teams. But they won and Massacre didn't, so they're here now, and that's how losers bracket works. So we will get to see them face off against an experienced team in Arctic Moon, and particularly playing with Shockwave and Kofor, who I know are really great players on that European-Australian side.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's starting off, we're going to be going into tower control on Manta Maria, and it looks like we're headed right into the match here.
Yeah, now in TC Manta, everything kind of really rides on that second checkpoint. The first checkpoint you can really jump by. Dark coming back with that. Oh, wait, that's interesting comps on both sides. Not 79 and the Charger on the side of Sunrise, and then the Sea Hydra. Dark is the only person in the West who I see consistently play the Sea Hydra now. Shockwave with that Nautilus 79. It's interesting, and wow, how about Muna taking a peek and punishing Dark for just stepping outside?
Yeah, Muna already getting the first pick there with that splatter scope. A interesting weapon for Manta Maria. I think this is the type of map where you have so many opportunities to really just like set up a good defense with a Charger. And now we have Arctic Moon taking the tower and starting to make the first push. Dark, of course, staying on that tower with the Hydra, and of course, just as I say that, getting taken out.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to mention is Quick doing a really, really good job with that 52 gal of essentially punishing people for being out of position. And now, any good Slayer is gonna do that. Unfortunately, he gets punished by being out of position by Jose there. But like you saw Twig rush up to Muna, who was forced to back up, and immediately Twig was there, doing the same thing with punishing the person who took out Dark.
Yeah.
Anyone's game, really. Yeah, we're back in stalemate now. Sunrise has done a good job of staving off the initial push here.
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeing these two teams just go pick for pick here. Arctic Moon, the only team to have made a push so far, but only to 75, and this is really anyone's game. So Arctic Moon takes the tower again, and we see the Booyah Bomb coming out. And it looks like, all right, now they're starting to push down past 65, but of course, Sunrise still has multiple members up as Arctic Moon goes 2 down.
How about an amazing pick from Sport on the side of that Inkcheck getting popped? Shockwave was pretty alone, but was doing a great job of maintaining space until Sport just walked up and poked him twice, or 4 times really with that end tap. But like I said, the game's not really like leaning one way or the other until you clear that second checkpoint, I believe, in this particular map mode.
Yeah, absolutely, and those picks, like you said earlier, were a fantastic opportunity for Sunrise. We see now that they were starting to make their first push, but they go 3 down. Dark trying to take back some turf with that Hydra, a weapon that's pretty damn good at doing that.
And one thing to also know is they're running double armor, but they're allowing Dark to essentially like be a tower slave, and which is like, what better to be a tower slave than the Sea Hydra? Like all you need to do is turf pop vessels and poke people who challenge you.
Yeah, absolutely. The double armor comp can be tricky. you hate to see some teams that run double armor end up, doubling up on that armor, like popping both at the same time, and it, ends up doing not as much good as it could. But a team that can really make use of it can do some pretty amazing things. We see now pushing all the way down to 13 Arctic Moon. That is going to be the end of that push, but wow, for a game that was looking like, it was very much at a stalemate, all of a sudden is very much swung in Arctic Moon's favor.
Yeah, and that's the power of that double armor being pushed at the right time with someone dedicatedly being on the tower there. Twig sharking out, the K-Shot gets a clean pick there, and really now it's just turf war and team deathmatch for the side of Arctic Moon. It's going to be on the side of Sunrise to make really crucial plays here. Now you have that Stingray there, but offensively, not really the right play unless you're a Stingray god. We'll see what ends up happening. But 1 minute left. They don't have a lot of time to make a major move here.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, that Stingray is really, as much as it's praised for being one of the best specials for tower control, it really only is that if you have the lead already.
That's exactly what I meant to say. But they are holding on to specials here. That NZAP is respawning in. Shockwave actually is in a great position, but gets called out. Doesn't matter. Shockwave wins the 1v1. Now he's going to go ahead and troll that bunker. And now he's essentially taking all the turf here. If he can win that 1v1 court, does actually win. Takes out another by the teammate. So that's pretty much the game. With 30 seconds left, anything can happen, but they have way too much control, way too many specials. I don't see Sunrise coming back from this.
Yeah, now we see Shockwave with the Inkjet on deck, and there it is, popping the Inkjet. That is going to do a fantastic job of helping them push forward. Gets the double there, and this is looking like Arctic Moon's game as a 3 go down on the side of Sunrise. And
yeah, unfortunately for Sunrise, it's not well. Sometimes it is as simple as win your 1v1s, but I don't think it was as simple as win your 1v1s in that case. It's not just winning your matchups, it's what you do right after you win your matchups. And Arctic Moon capitalizes, capitulates. They do everything right as soon as they win the 1v1s. And you see Twig and Shockwave doing a dynamic duo. Dark and Gopher doing what they need to do with that 9 combined armors to push the tower to 13 and maintain that lead. But we will be moving on to not tower control. Let me double check what the next map is, and we're moving on to Clamblitz Skipper. Now, you don't exactly get to sit tight with Clamblitz Skipper. You don't exactly get to run that Sea Hydra, but we will see what Dark ends up doing.
Yeah, no, not at all. I doubt we'll see the double splat lane comp coming out again on the side of Arctic Moon. And last set we had a game on Inkblot Art Academy Clamblitz. And I said that's one of the maps where there's kind of a long way you got to go to really start to score points. But, Skipper Pavilion is that and more. You have to really kind of climb up a quite a ways to start to make a really good push. So this is going to be an interesting game to see.
Yes, absolutely. I will say, though, before the ballpoint nerf, actually even after the ballpoint nerf, Arctic Moon was they were grinding out a Nautilus ballpoint comp, and it was a vanilla Nautilus. I think at some point they had vanilla Nautilus, vanilla ballpoint, and then ballpoint Nouveau, vanilla Nautilus, and then Nautilus 79 ballpoint Nouveau. So that's definitely I've seen some weird stuff when something you wouldn't really expect that to happen. But Arctic Moon is definitely experienced in the era of, or in the field of doing double splatling.
Yeah, and we saw it work out very well for them last game. So I'm definitely interested to see what kind of comps both teams bring to the table here.
For all the grief that ballpoint has given the meta of Splatoon, I'm surprised we didn't see more double ballpoint outside of Albacore Hotel.
Yeah, absolutely.
During its dominance.
Absolutely. It was one of those weapons that by the end of its reign, the whole community was ready for it to go.
Oh, and there we go. We see Dark pull out that Bamboozler. Now, Bamboozler did actually receive a notable nerf, but nothing to scoff at here. And we actually are seeing Gopher go to the Camo Tent, which I think is a fantastic pick, especially on Skipper Pavilion. On the other side, you got the K-Pro. And you got the Firefin and Nautilus 79. Now, we saw the Firefin work in the case of Souffle with Draconif going Firefin on Clamblitz Inkblot. I don't know if it's the best choice here as we do see Arctic Moon, and we see Dark get a fantastic push in with that bamboo and get a punish kill, and now they're just piling on the clams already.
Yeah, absolutely. Already down to 38. And, it's like you said, that splash wall, while it can be a fantastic way to defend a push on some maps, I don't know if it's the... Oh, my goodness. Is that a knockout already?
Where did the game go?
Where
did the set go?
That was incredible.
That was rude. Allow this man to finish his sentence, please, Arctic Moon.
So, for the second time on this stream tonight, we see an extremely fast 2-0.
We have a quota, right? We want to be able to finish our sentences. You don't even let us get to Splatzone's Piranha Pit. I want to talk about my Splatzone's Piranha Pit, but I don't even get to talk about my Splatzone's Piranha Pit.
I was hoping to do some commentary tonight, but these teams that are just dominating these sets are preventing that.
Well, we have to recognize good Splatoon when it's being played, so a hand to Arctic Moon for that one push knockout on Clam Blitz.
Absolutely, that is something that you almost never see, a single push all the way down to 0. That's something that's so impressive, and to talk a little bit about it, what we did see was as that Bamboozler was pushing up and starting to keep, really distract the rest of the team, the rest of Arctic Moon was coming behind them and going back into the map, picking up more clams. And that's something that you have to do. If you want to make a dominating push like that on a mode like Clam Blitz, you can't just gather resources and make a single push because you cannot have enough clams at once to push down to 0. It's about being able to have some members stay at the basket and keep control and have others be able to go back and get more clams. And you can't do that unless if you have team members that are, adept enough to be able to hold off a whole team trying to defend that basket.
Now, let me remember if the play-by-play is fresh in my mind. I remember seeing the top-down view. Dark with the bamboo has 99 damage on him, gets the one shot, which is what everyone hates to be on the receiving end of when you're facing off against the bamboo. Gets the one shot, allows backs up enough to put in some clams, gets I think another punish kill. Kofair jumps in with the camo tent, gets 2 more clams in. Right now they've pushed to 38 or 41 or something like that. Now Kofair gets the immediate one pump on someone who drops down and tries to punish them for feeding for pushing in. Now at this point I don't remember who else is in their base, but it didn't end up matter because there's so many clams that spawn in the middle of Skipper Pavilion that it doesn't take too long to gather them up, get a push in, and you can just spawn, run in, and within 10 seconds you have a power clam. So something like that must have happened in the middle of that push. Now they only had 38 points on the clam ticker to go, so that's really 13 clams. So very reasonable that it happened so quickly, but it's just wow.
Yeah, just a fantastic game there on the side of Arctic Moon. All right, so again, an extremely fast set. So we'll take a short little break while we wait for the rest of round 3 to finish up, and we'll be back here for some more amazing Splatoon action. Do the lead-in. Hello and welcome back to Swim or Sink. I am Crit. I'm here with Zillard, and normally I would ask a bit about what you think about these teams, what you think about this map and mode. But my question for you right now, Zillard, is: do you think that we'll see a single set tonight go to Game 3?
You know, if there's any set that we're gonna go see Game 3, it might be this one. These are two ridiculously competitive teams going at each other right now. Priority has been an upset monster with the addition of Domo and just the leaps that everyone on that team has taken over the last 6 months. They've been contending with the best of the best. On the other side, we got Requiem, who is taunting the addition of Cherry in the last 2 months, I believe, and they have been a staple of the Division X or so teams. They've just been they've been on the grind as well. But yeah, I think this has a really good shot of going to 3. We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, two very experienced teams here. And it looks like we're going to be starting off on Rainmaker on Anchovy Games. An interesting map and mode. Anchovy Games is a map that I personally love because you get to see some really interesting backline plays.
Okay, we will actually end up, we might need to wait a little bit longer, some technical difficulties behind the set, but yeah, actually, Rainmaker Anchovy Games is one of the more hotly contested maps and modes for Rainmaker. Last few sets that I've commentated with Rainmaker, it's been done within a minute and a half to 2 minutes, but Rainmaker Anchovy is one of those things where there's a lot of defense on both side flats. And all it really needs is one wipe. That's always the case for Rainmaker, but there's some really good fights that happen in the in that plat on that pit area for Rainmaker Anchovy.
Oh yeah, there absolutely can be. I mean, this is the type of map where I wouldn't be surprised to see it go to time. Of course, Rainmaker being one of those modes where it can end in, just like you said, a matter of seconds. And the way that the stream has been going tonight, I wouldn't be too surprised to see that. But like you said, the plat on Anchovy Games is a remarkably defendable area. So we could definitely see this go back and forth quite a bit.
Yeah, and I haven't really seen Requiem play in a hot minute, so I'm gonna need to keep a close eye on how they've grown in a bit. I do remember that. Grape and Shadow essentially being. Well, actually, I'm just gonna go ahead and wait to see them play because I can't I haven't seen them play in so long that I don't really know how to judge them as a team right now.
Yeah, so it looks like we're getting set up here right now. Teams readying up, and we'll be going right into Rainmaker here. Yeah, Grape being a phenomenal slayer on Requiem, and that's especially on something like Rainmaker. That's a role that you can't understate how incredibly important it is to be able to get ahead and make those picks and carve a path for the Rainmaker, which is something that I'm definitely expecting to see right now out of Grape.
Yeah, definitely. So as we're waiting for the last two people to ready up, and we are gonna go ahead and get in. Thank you for not forcing me to put more filler words in as I am running out of things to say as a commentator. That's a tough part. It's really hard to just put in filler space while we wait for the team to queue up.
Yeah, for sure. So we're gonna see our team comp's coming out right now. As expected, great run on that 10 attack. We do see a custom Jet Squelcher coming out on the side of Priority, which I think is a phenomenal pick for a map like this.
Not just that, but how about oh my god, the fastest inkjet in the West. You got that not the Neo Splash, the regular Splash-O-Matic coming in from Jordan Day. Already, like, they have 3 specials ready. Like, I've never seen, that's unprecedented.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, the Splash-O-Matic being a weapon that can just generate so much special so quickly. We see the inkjet coming out and then being punished on landing, which, you know, is you hate to see it, but of course, Priority already picking up the Rainmaker, starting to make that first push. We have another inkjet coming out already.
Yeah, and Stock doing a great job of using that wall to get extra high positioning there. They pushed to 35, so that's actually a really strong push on the side of Anchovy. You can obviously hope for more in a position like that. You can probably cheese up to 20s even, but
definitely, you know, with a plat that's so defendable, I think that puts Priority in a really good position right now.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other side, Requiem is just kind of trading bodies. You see Grape go down. They're kind of just pushed back to their plat, and the constant inkjet pressure coming in from both Stock and Jay is, you know, a little bit much to deal with for Requiem, and they're already pushing to 20. You know, they just have the liberty of aggressive.
Yeah,
right
absolutely.
now.
And if you look at the KAs right now, I mean, we see, like you said, both of those inkjets taking. Oh, and is that the knockout? No, the push down to 1 on the side of Priority. So both of those inkjets taking a lot of picks, which is doing a great job, like we said, of pushing up, being able to carve a path for that Rainmaker. And the push down to 1, I mean, it is not going to be easy to make a comeback from that. Requiem is in a position right now where they don't have any points on the board, and they need to get the knockout to win this game.
Yeah, they have no choice but to get the knockout. Now, and Rainmaker, anything can happen. You get one good wipe and you're good, and you're done. But on the other side, Priority's just been far too aggressive for Requiem to deal with so far. That's been the name of the game. And the ability to just pop an inkjet and an armor pretty much every 30 seconds, the inkjet like every 10 seconds, and then an armor every 30 seconds is a little bit too oppressive to deal with right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It is not an easy thing to deal with. But, you know, I mean, it is worth mentioning that we do actually see both teams have a double inkjet comp. I think that, you know, Priority is just, you know, showcasing how comfortable they are with this double inkjet. I mean, again, taking so many picks with that.
Yeah, and with that inkjet, like, it is a high skill ceiling and low skill floor special, but at this level, it's one of the most impressive specials in the game. Now, Domo almost getting a pick, showing the mobility of the C-Jet. Unfortunately, not able to win out against Grape's C-Tech. And Grape pops the inkjet maybe a little bit prematurely, trying to just clear people out, I think. Yeah, trying to find out where Axis is. Able to get Axis out of that corner, but, are they pushing? Oh, they are pushing, yeah. So they're actually in a really strong position here.
Absolutely. We're seeing a good start of a push. One member, that's 2 members now going down on Requiem. It's going to be pretty difficult for them to get any further than this right now.
Yeah, maybe I just spoke too soon. Were they able to defend that initial push to 35? That would be the lead, hypothetically, but that we're not living in that alternate universe. We're living in this universe. And 1 minute left with map control. Priority's in a position to take game 1 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Stock do just such a good job of pushing Requiem out of that plat and swinging this game back in the favor of Priority. And less than a minute left in this game, it is going to be very difficult for Requiem to make this comeback. And
honestly, my heart goes out to Sherry right there. I know far too well as a Splatling player, the odd Splatling pick every now and then. Getting those 3 shots on someone you needed to get 4 shots on, and just, you know,
feels bad.
Yeah, reaching out for that last shot and you just aren't able to get it, and then you go down. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah, you hate to see it. We see now 1 inkjet coming out on the side of Requiem, and popped from a very good position. Doesn't look like it's going to be punished. They are trying to make this push, but just as I say that, going 3 members down, the Rainmaker gets picked. and that's the delayed wipe from Priority. So it looks like Priority is set to win this game. They're having a bit of fun now at the end here.
Getting some Twitter clout with the picture there.
You love to see it.
All right, so Priority handily takes game 1, and the name of the game was Pressure. Pressure, Inkjet's paint to speed. They completely outflanked Requiem on all fronts there.
100%. I mean, like you said, at the start of that game, we saw an Inkjet on the board in, 8 seconds maybe, which is so powerful, especially on something like Anchovy games where you have so much visibility at all times.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we're going to go ahead and move on to Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard, and I think that's one of the most, if not the most balanced tower control map in the game right now. One of my favorites to watch and commentate as a spectator. Everything, this is one of the most back and forth modes, I believe, exists in tower control because it's very easy to push to that third checkpoint, but a push to 30 doesn't mean anything when it all comes down to that last 30 points. It makes for some of the greatest moments I've ever had the pleasure of watching.
Oh, absolutely. And like you said, making that last push to the knockout on this map is so difficult. And, so often you see these stalemates where both teams make these gigantic pushes, but neither can quite get it down to the score they need to. So it looks like, again, yeah, we have a Nautilus coming out again, and Grape again running that 10 attack. I like that we see this double splatter shot comp coming out here on with the case shot and also the 10 attack.
Yeah, actually, I think that's what they were doing. This is pretty much the exact same comp they were running last game, but something I've never seen is you already see Priority get a 3-down situation and take on that plat. They're doing what Arctic Moon was doing last set, but like better. They get a pick and they move forward immediately. But as I was saying, I've never really seen Priority run Domo on the Kensum Sloshing Machine and Jordan J on the K-Pro. So that's interesting to see. Specials flying everywhere. Shadow gets poofed off the map. That's just unfortunate.
Yeah, already that push down to 30, but like we said earlier, that is not even close to the end of this game. We have Jordan trying to just be a nuisance up in front here. Getting a couple picks with that K-Pro, and the push all the way down to 6. Wow, that is going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, it seemed like after that, before that splashdown hit and pushed Shadow off the map, I thought that Requiem had a really good handle on things, but suddenly they're all gone. That splashdown gets pretty much everyone out of the way, and Requiem's respawning, and suddenly they're pushed to 6. So, yeah.
I do. And I got to point out what we just saw from Domo there. Even after the rest of his team went down, he stayed up close to his opponents and tried to just keep them occupied so that the rest of his teammates could get back into mid and start making the push again. It wasn't, not quite long enough to do it. Oh, and we see Domo getting booped off the mat. You hate to see it.
This is one of the few maps where there is just a gigantic void in the middle of it, but a lot of nostalgia for what's that map from Splatoon 1 again? Oh my god, it's the bright colored one with the rising water levels, which name I completely am blanking out on because I haven't played that game in years.
Yeah, it's been too long.
Mahi Resort. That is the one. Thank you, Zage FPG. But yeah, reminiscent of Mahi Resort, we got bodies just flying into the void everywhere in this game.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, and both teams now going just going pick for pick here. It looks like Priority taking the tower again. We saw Requiem start to make a little bit of a push, but they just can't seem to get enough. And Stalk getting the double there. This game again is looking like it's going in the favor of Priority.
Yeah, definitely favored towards Priority right now. Still 2 minutes left, but Domo in position gets a half of a pick. Cherry able to clean up. That's 3 down as a 4 down full wipe situation. Now they have to paint the map as fast as they can. They have to outspeed Priority to take this back. Either outspeed them or outpace them. And Priority's been winning pretty much every single matchup, and they've been welcoming in 2v1s to their advantage. So we have to see how Requiem takes this and transforms their gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Requiem now starting to take a bit of map control. This could be the start of something for them. Cherry doing a really phenomenal job of just painting the map and keeping the members of Priority occupied with trying to take them down. Now popping the Inkjet and moving in. They're making the push down to 25. Let's see how far they can take this.
Stock is actually on a higher ground level and tries playing. Now, Max gets a great double there. Unfortunately, they do all go down, so that push probably end unless Grape makes a heavenly, comeback here. But Grape is forced to back up, allowing Shadow and Cherry and Max to jump back in. 50 seconds left, so I think that push, it's a valiant push, but not too little too late here.
Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't look that way. We're down below 45 seconds on the clock here. Cherry trying to get those picks with that Nautilus and make a path for the tower, but it is not going to be easy to make this push all the way down to 6. Of course, Requiem does have the tower. Both teams with all 4 members up. So this is going to be a pretty intense team fight we're going to see right now.
Yeah, and Axis goes down, Stock goes down, so it's a 4v2 situation here. The Inkjet's out. They get the pick on Domo. That's the lead, and that's the game. Wow.
At the absolute last second taking the lead. What a phenomenal performance from Requiem there.
And they did exactly what they needed to do. They needed to speed up. They needed to turf up as quickly as possible. They got that wipe. They got a push, and then they got fantastic picks to end it. And those Inkjets timed in with the combined effort of Grape and Cherry allowed them to take a 4-2 situation. Domo was able to get 1 off the tower, but it just wasn't enough, and Domo goes down with 1 more left on the tower, and that is the game, and it's tied 1-1. We are finally going to a game 3, Crit.
You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. And it looks like we're going to be going to Clan Blitz on Mako Mart, and this is a map that I absolutely adore here. I mean, this is the Clan Blitz on Mako Mart just promotes so much aggression. It seems like there are so many clams that spawn in mid, and there is so much of an opportunity for these big team fights to occur.
And with that in mind, seeing as how Priority's essentially been playing hyper aggression, I kind of expect them to go more similar to a comp that they were playing in that game 1. And on that note, I'm actually predicting a Priority win in this game 3. Now, Requiem has definitely proven me wrong, and I would be happy to be proven wrong by them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But if Priority brings out, like you said, that Splash-O-Matic and Tenatech comp with the double Inkjet, and they play that hyper aggressive game that they did in game 1, that is the style of play that this map and mode favor very heavily.
Yeah, definitely. And Requiem hasn't really changed their composition. Okay, interesting. No C-Jet, actually staying with the bucket here on Domo. But how about Max going from K-Shot to Tri Nouveau, and then Grape dropping the T-Tag, going for the K-Shot instead. So I think their MO here is going to be turf control and bomb spam compared to the outpaint and Inkjet play that they were doing before.
Yeah, most certainly. We do see that Vanilla Splash coming out again from Jordan, which I really like. Again, look at that, popping an Inkjet in less than 20 seconds.
Popping an Inkjet and getting a perfect pick on Cherry when he absolutely needed to.
Yeah, just fantastic. I'm interested to see, is that the Tri-Slosher Nouveau coming out on the side of Requiem, which I think is actually a pretty good pick here. That being able to control mid is going to be very important on something like Mako Mart, and that Inkstorm is going to need a lot of help for that.
Yeah, exactly. Tri-Slosher Nouveau is obviously, like, when you get Burst Bomb and armor, you don't really want to drop it when you have that 180 point armor. But Tri Nouveau is like what, a 170 rain, and you get like, I think the best sub in the game, which is the Splat Bomb. Now Cherry, they're already pushing into 65. Cherry gets a great positional pick there. No one really calls her out. Gets the opportunity to get a pick on another as well. Now they push to 41. They still have clams in. This is a strong pick. Grape gets a double, or Grape feeds him with the double, able to push to 20 actually.
Wow, and they're picking up clamps just as fast as they're throwing them into that basket. You know, this is the thing that you love to see, and this is what we saw in that second set where that clam blitz game ended so fast. Was it's about your team's ability to go back and get clams without losing map control at the enemy's basket, and they were really able to do that with the push all the way down to 14. That is going to be very difficult for Priority to contest.
Yeah, but I wouldn't put it past them. You know, they play so fast that it's like honestly playing to their strengths to be able to get back a huge push. Now, the problem is just the terrain of the map is not working out in their favor at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Jordan trying to come in with that flank and getting shut down, unfortunately. That could have been big for them. And right there, we get 2 power clamps in on the side of Requiem, already counting down that penalty. And now they've pushed down to 8, down to 2, and that's the knockout.
Wow, I have completely been proven wrong by Requiem. Requiem completely dominated that. That pick from Max to go to the Tri Nouveau paid dividends. Shadow was just going back and running back clams. Cherry was in fantastic positioning. That is a dominant game 3 coming in from Requiem, taking the set 2-1 over Priority.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see really, you know, for a game that only lasted, you know, what was that, maybe 2 minutes, you know, we see big KAs coming out from almost every member of Requiem there. Yeah,
wow, like, so much for a game 3. That was the fastest game 3 that we got.
Hey, it was something.
You know,
it wasn't a 30-second game 2, you know?
You know, Priority said, we're going to take a drip pick in game 1, while Requiem said, we're going to get the last laugh.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got to say, you know, the pick to that Tri-Slosher was surprising to me. And it's the exact thing that we said was going to be so great for Priority, was focusing on that hyper-aggression and that map control. And then Requiem came out and did that same exact thing, where they took that Tri-Slosher, they had the K-Shot, all these weapons that focus on hyper-aggression and on just controlling a small portion of the map so well. You know, with a mode like Clam Blitz Mako Mart, you almost have to play it like it's Splat Zones, right? You want that map control, but specifically in a small area. It's right in that middle kind of aisle that runs between the 2 baskets, and they were really able to keep control of that zone enough to let them find the clams, get the clams, and always have an avenue to get back in and score those points.
So in the Smash community, there is the commentators refer to something as, you know, the Smash community welcomes taunting. The Smash community welcomes, you know, some back and forth, some healthy aggression towards each other as competitors. But there's a phenomenon that's documented, and it's called taunt to get bodied.
Yeah.
Here we have seen the perfect example of the taunt to get bodied. So whoever's going to start making compilations for the Splatoon community and competitive, there is your first clip.
Yeah, there it is. Priority taking that picture for Twitter and then going down with the you know, can you even call it a reverse sweep in a best of 3 match? But you know, getting then the 2 games on the side of Requiem, that was quite interesting.
You just call it, yeah, exactly. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and wait for the rest of the quarterfinal matches to finish up. We will be moving into semifinals, but let's go ahead and look at the rest of the bracket. So FTWin and some friends take the 2-0 over Southern Lights, who unfortunately meets them in quarterfinals. Sonder takes 2-0 over Watch Party, and I believe we are waiting on Arctic Moon and Rip Max to finish. I may have to refresh my browser to see that, but we will be right back with our winners semifinals match. So stay tuned. Welcome back to Swimmer Sync 8. Once again, I am Ziller, joined by Adam, aka Crit Success. Today, in winners semifinals on the Bravo side of winners semifinals, we have Arctic Moon versus Sonder. Sonder is the third seed in this tournament, and I am very closely acquainted with the members of Sonder, and I'm really proud of how they've grinded this game out over the last year and a half or so.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these teams are really fantastic. You know, we had Arctic Moon on stream earlier this evening, and we saw them take a very fast 2-0 over Sunrise. So, you know, I think this is going to be a really interesting set here. Of course, we're going to be starting off on Splat Zones on New Albacore Hotel. A really interesting map and mode. One where there is so much wide open space that I think, you know, if one of these teams can get a really fantastic backline performance together, you know, that could spell victory.
Speaking of backline performance, well, actually, just Arctic Moon has a lot of ground to make up to, well, that's not the best way of putting it, but everyone on Sonder is ridiculously mechanically strong. In Absolutely. The last 2 to 3 months, pretty much every single member on their team has grinded solo to get 2750 XP. So
wow.
Yeah. Speaking of which, though, we will see Josh on the splatter scope versus Dark on the E-leader. Caden rolls off the map frame 1, so how about that?
That's a start.
Wow, Shockwave actually getting a fantastic pick on Synapse here. Stalemate to start off the zone. Actually, Sonder does take it, but Shockwave is in a great position to flank as he leads in the jump for Twig, trying to catch Synapse. Does catch Synapse on the respawn yet again.
Yeah, you know, I mean, gets that flank, but, you know, still we see Sonder in control, you know, long after kind of pulling out there. And finally, Arctic Moon manages to get a little bit of control. We have Hen here coming in and trying to take control back on the side of Sonder. And just like that, you know, getting the small penalty on the board there, but it looks like Sonder is in a position to push down this penalty pretty easily. They really have a fantastic defense set up here.
Yeah, and I'd just like to point out how Caden, fantastic pick from Josh there. Caden was challenging Dark with the E-leader on that bridge, able to roll through with that custom dually sculptures. Someone on Arctic Moon pops to eat that. I believe that Shockwave with the Nautilus 79 does go down. So really great dynamic duo, and just covering the holes in your defense coming in from Sonder there.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Dark now getting a pick with this E-leader. You know, the E-leader I think is a really good weapon choice on a map like this where there's so much open space. And finally, it looks like Arctic Moon is going to be able to take that zone again. They're going to push down that penalty and maybe be able to get some points on the board here. It looks like they're trying to push up. They're starting to get quite a bit of map control on Sonder's side.
Yeah, and Josh doesn't really have a lot of turf to work with around him, so he just has to kind of be there and sit there and take these bombs and these lasers pointed at him. And hopefully he can get a pick from one of these maybe, but just being pushed out, has the Stingray, gonna opt to jump out and push on that right side. There's a 3v1 there. Shockwave goes down to Caden. Caden's forced to back up from the Soffle machine. They are able to get a rain and a 3-down situation, so it's just the tent who's gonna go down to Caden right there.
Yeah, that tent does go down. You know, I do like the pick on the tent for this map. You know, there's a good opportunity for you to be able to hold some defense for your team. You know, this is one of those maps that if you can really set up a lot of control in mid, you can make it very difficult for your opponents to push back in. But it's not a good weapon for offense, especially not in a map like this.
This just occurred to me, and I've seen pretty much every single competitive game in the last year and a half has had armor or 2 armors, and this is the first game that I've seen in a very long time where neither team has an armor player, especially on zones. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point, and just let me say that Sonder pushed it down to 0. That's going to be a KO, and a pretty quick one at that.
Yeah, you know, Arctic Moon did a great job of almost neutralizing the zone and coming back, but the map is so big that if you're not sticking together and you're being pulled out of sorts, you're not going to be able to do anything. Now, we didn't really see a lot of Josh on the spec cam here, but Josh topping the scoreboards there. Same with Caden. We saw a lot of Caden. but pretty balanced performance coming in from the side of Sonder on all fronts here.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see both teams take the zone a number of times, but I think the thing that we saw that Sonder was able to do is when they took the zone, they really took that opportunity to set up a fantastic defense, to push forward, and to just hold on to that zone a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see a little bit different now. We've traditionally seen FTWin run much more slow comps compared to the rest of the teams we've seen, especially after the last two teams that we saw on stream. On the other side, Sonder is known for essentially being able to do everything. Synapse being one of the best, if not the best, Kites 52 gal in the West. But I'm curious to see how both teams actually move forward, because I actually don't think of Tower Control Reef as a map and mode that really rewards hyper aggression. Now, hyper aggression is pretty much going to be rewarded in every single scenario, but when the objective moves slowly and has like big open defendable spots, not really the same deal.
Right, you're absolutely right. Tower Control on the Reef it's one of those maps where you have a little bit of everything. There are some choke points, but some wide open spaces. But pushing past that second checkpoint can just be so difficult. And I think being able to set up a good defense on a map like this can do so much good, because a lot of times what you see on Tower Control Reef is both teams being able to make that push to the first or second checkpoint, and then it just becomes a stalemate to see who can push past that checkpoint first. It's very difficult to do, and I think that it ends up being a challenge of which team can set up the better defense and prevent the other one from pushing past that checkpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, how about that? We're actually seeing Josh pull out the fresh Squiffer, which is the Nautilus 79's kit, but with a laser beam. And on the other side, we are seeing the return of the Sea Hydra plus this Nautilus 79. So FTWin opting to go for the longer range, slower composition, compared to Sonder, which is really going for a relatively traditional but kind of hyper aggressive comp, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely like to see the Sea Hydra coming out here. I think that this is a weapon that you can really make work. It was interesting to see Dark go with that E-leader in the last game, but this is just a weapon that they really drive with. And just as I say that, we see now, both teams going one down. Sonder does have the tower. They're starting to make their initial push, but a push down to 60 is easy on a map like this. It's the push past that checkpoint that's gonna really be a challenge.
Now, on the defensive side, FTWin's kind of doing the right things, but you can't really do anything when the 52 gal is taking a shower in their wall. Josh gets pushed off the tower, but Synapse is on a roll. As I say that, though, Synapse does go down. Henlo's the last one, so Henlo's is probably going to very widely back up.
Unfortunately getting taken out there along with Josh. This could be an opportunity for FTWin to start to make a push, but they do have quite a bit of ground to make up.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, like, their composition doesn't paint horribly. It just doesn't outpaint, Squiffer and Zap, which Squiffer and Zap are two extremely underrated, but, well, not really Zap. Really, really strong painting weapons. Now, they don't see Shockwave Shark in the corner. Now, it's kind of hard to Shark with the Nautilus 79 and do something with it, but Shock is forced to jump out, able to abuse the Australian ping and actually jump out without getting punished. So, use every single ability you have at your disposal here. Josh pops the Inkjet, gets an immediate kill, but we see Shockwave actually reaping the benefits of jumping back and able to punish well, runs right into the Booyah Bomb.
Oh, you hate to see that. Right into the Booyah Bomb there, just as it's thrown. And of course, Synapse pushing up. They are taking control of this tower again and starting to make the push down now below 30 points. Now we are at the point in this game where, it's going to be very difficult for FTWin to make this comeback. I mean, this is the kind of push that's really difficult to get down to 20 or even past 20 on a map like this. And we see Sonder. It looks like they're going to make the knockout here, and yes, they do. Just like that, another 2-0 here on stream as Sonder takes a very quick victory over FTWin.
Yeah, that was a fast victory indeed. And I gotta say, Synapse was making the plays. We didn't see a lot of direct cam footage from Synapse, but Synapse was there you go, top of the leaderboard. Synapse was making the plays, and that's 2-0. But is this the best of 5 in semis? Or okay, so we are going to a game 3 here. Fantastic. Yep, Rainmaker, Black Belly, and ooh. Oh, that might be a fast game too. I never know. You never know with Rainmaker, and you never know with Rainmaker Black Belly.
Yeah, right. Rainmaker on its own is a very fast mode, and Black Belly is, the type of map that just supports so much aggression. This could be over in a matter of seconds. But, of course, with two really fantastic teams like this, I also wouldn't be so surprised to see this go to time.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's a big map, and the goals are relatively far away from each other, but it's like the name of the game is Rainmaker. It's super fast. One wipe is all it takes.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised to see that custom Hydra come out again on the side of Arctic Moon.
Yeah, definitely possible. And if I remember, I actually don't think we got to see Arctic Moon play a Rainmaker game in their last set, so I'm curious to see what their pick is. I do remember they Dark went the bamboo on Clam Blitz, and that worked very well in his favor.
Oh yeah. No, you're right. We did not get to see Arctic Moon play Rainmaker last time. Whoa, this is interesting. We see Synapse taking out the Splutia-Matic 7.
So actually, Synapse's old before the 2800, Synapse actually had a X-Power peak of 2744 using the Sploosh 7 in Rainmaker, and now definitely no slouch with the Sploosh 7 here.
Yeah, let's see how this goes here. Wow, that's a very quick Stingray being popped on the side of Arctic Moon, but it looks like already Sonder taking the Rainmaker and trying to start a push, but Shockwave shuts that down right away.
Yeah, and that was a little dirty. Synapse with the look-away bomb, just flying all over the map, still maintaining mid-control, able to just troll around and get to any target within seconds because of how fast you move with that thing. Henlo picks it up, gets one pumped immediately by Kofer. Kofer almost has the hammer ready, so we might be able to see that. Pops it, but Sonder's smart enough to jump out. Synapse, or Caden is right there. Caden goes down, bodies flying everywhere.
Yeah, we are just seeing these teams go pick for pick right now. Neither team being able to really set up a good push. And just as I say that, Sonder now picking up the Rainmaker, and it looks like they might finally be in a position to push forward. And of course, being taken out, that Rainmaker being taken out. Sonder with the push down to 85, but that is not a game-taking push just yet.
Oh yeah, that's barely anything on the board. Might as well just be 100-100 at that point.
Absolutely.
I think it's just both. Sonder's kind of waiting to get a little bit more map control and body control. Arctic Moon is just trying to break back into mid here. But when on Sonder goes down, this is going to be Arctic Moon's chance to push right now.
Yeah, we do see Twig pushing forward with that K52, and now Arctic Moon, all right, taking the lead. Going for that right route, which is interesting to see. This is a difficult route, but they push down to 70.
I'm actually surprised Josh didn't pull out the C-Jet and is actually opting for the scope charges here. Twig goes down, the wall does not save him to the bomb, and Saunders very quickly turned that around, like within seconds turned that around. Caden's in a great position, can get the pick on Shockwave, does go down to the tent. The tent is down, they're pushing, and they have taken the lead back, and unfortunately Caden gets taken out.
Yeah, that was a really interesting play to see there, with the wall up, and then to just throw that suction bomb on the ground and then shoot that wall until it goes down and use the suction bomb to get the kill. That was really interesting to see. Of course, Sonder with the push down to 40, that's not going to be easy to make a comeback from. Shockwave, dodging bombs left and right here and trying to get some picks on for themselves. It looks like Arctic Moon is going to let the Rainmaker reset, which is probably in their best interest right now. Of course, Sonder still does have map control in the center there.
Synapse toying with the devil there, just jumping around, able to avoid that shield somehow. Kofer pops out the hammer, not able to get the direct. Henlo faces the hammer in the face and says, I'm just gonna pop you a little bit anyway, don't really care, not scared, bro. Henlo gets another one.
Fantastic. That is twice now that we see Coffer pull out that hammer and then get picked off immediately.
Yeah, and we see Josh stalling out, not going to be able to do anything, staring down the Ray and the Inkjet in the face. Shockwave able to do some punishing there.
Yeah, I mean, still a good play, though. Josh there just kind of ticking down the clock. Obviously Sonder has the lead already. What they need to do at this point, rather than play aggressive, is just prevent Arctic Moon from picking up the Rainmaker, from being able to make a real push here.
Yeah, and I think they're doing a really good job. They have the specials ready. Synapse does go down with that hammer, but Henlo's there to clean up. Gets the splashdown ready, shreds the shield, takes out the tent. One left, it is just the 52 gal, and I think that 52 gal is actually respawning in. So 55 seconds left. They still have the opportunity and the motive to get another push here. Henlo gets one, not able to get the tent. The tent is behind the shield, does go down to the Rainmaker. Not able to get Shockwave. Shockwave is the last one. Has that Inkjet out. I swear I've always seen Shockwave with the Inkjet every single game.
Yeah, absolutely, all the time. And now we see Sonder actually pushing down all the way to 25 with 30 seconds left on the board. Both teams are 2 members down. This is Sonder trying to get that pop, but smartly kind of pulling back and looking like they're going to start playing a more defensive game right now, which I think is the right play.
Yeah, and Arctic Moon actually has the opportunity to do double specials here. They're going to go ahead and opt for an early Ray alongside a Booyah Bomb. Unfortunately, the Rainmaker goes down. You can't do much with your specials when the Rainmaker goes down. They're not able to get a pick out of it. Twin goes down in that close. Rainmaker is done, and that is the set. That is no luck for Arctic Moon. Sonder moves on to Winners Finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a fantastic performance on the side of Sonder with the pretty quick 3-0 there. I think at the end we saw Arctic Moon start to get a little bit nervous. Those specials came out just a little bit prematurely. That Booyah Bomb being popped before the Rainmaker had really made much headway. But Arctic Moon again, a fantastic team, but Sonder taking that 3-0.
Yeah, Sonder taking that 3-0 indeed, and Sonder will move on to face FTWin and some friends. Now that is so as much as great the advancements. I feel like I'm a science teacher saying this. As great as the growth that Sonder has made over the progress. That's the word I'm looking for. They've been able to take games in some sets off of established top teams, but now they have to go up against a daunting task of taking anything off of the established top team, which is FTWin and some friends here. So we will be moving on directly in, but I think we'll take a quick break as we wait for the teams to get back into the lobby.
Yep.
And a pleasant good evening to all of you, coming to you from the depths of the underground of the Inkling Performance Laboratory in the greatest city in the world, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. My name is Stu, the announcer. I'm being joined by Rissa, and we are proud to bring you winner's final of Swim or Sink, the 8th edition. A little bit of Octo expansion action for you here, as Inkfair, our producer, has been rocking out with you this entire night. Just hit 100 followers on Twitter, by the way, so make that 200 by the end of tonight. Go ahead, follow him at Inkfair. But Rissa, going to be interesting because last week's defending champions, FTWin and Subs, coming back to defend their title, but in order to do that and punch their ticket to Grands on winner's side, they're going to have to go to the number 3 seed, a very worthy adversary in Sonder.
Yeah, absolutely. When I was looking at who entered tonight, these are actually the 2 teams I got really excited to see go up against each other. So I'm really stoked that the first match we're going to see is these 2 teams against each other. And definitely Sonder, I watched the last set on stream. They have been putting in work. And of course, we know FTW, the reigning champions, will be also putting in the work they tend to do. So this is going to be a good match.
I mean, there's no success without the grind. These 2 teams certainly understanding of that, but FTWin and Subs, they have the championship pedigree, and they have proven it ad infinitum, some might say ad nauseum, but they're going to have to see if they can take on the machine that is Sonder. And here we go on Manta Maria, anchors away in winner's final, as we are trying to ride the tower all the way to the goal. As we take a look at the compositions, Josh going ahead with that Squiffer. It's an interesting choice, and you definitely do like the Squiffer as a defensive option, but Josh definitely going to be utilizing the mobility of the Squiffer here as well, as they're going to hop onto the tower, get the first couple of points.
Yes, and 1 goes down now on the side of Sonder. I believe that was the NZAP player. Now there's also the bucket down on the side. 2 down now on the side of FTW. A lot of trades happening here in mid. We're seeing specials popped on the side of Sonder, as now there's a complete wipe on FTWin. So Henlo gonna go ahead and grab the tower, start putting more points on the board, and Sonder's gonna try and get past this first checkpoint.
And not as much orange ink as you would expect going forward, as Josh does go down, and that's 2 down on the side of Sonder. I think that was Synapse that went down as well. I only looked up ever so slightly, but this is Bert that's just going to kind of roll along and place that suction bomb. Will be forced off of the tower, but shouldn't be too consequential. They are able to get within striking distance of that tentative, some might say tenuous lead, and it's just going to be a matter of who can get through that choke, and that might just be what decides the game here, because this is a very solid standoff that we have going on in the midfield.
Yeah, it is a very solid standoff, and now 3 down. Bursty here helping rush forward to get that pick on Synapse. Now Bursty feels very comfortable getting on the tower. They have purple ink all over the map here. We're seeing this is Keo and Bursty, I believe. Keo and Biscuit push up here on the left side, putting up pressure, and now they have secured the lead as they work past and through that second checkpoint.
Oh, the shot taken to the skies and getting 2. That's how you do it. Synapse trying to run for cover, but there is no hiding from that slosher, the ever well-practiced slosher of, I believe that was Keo. I mean, I can't imagine who else that would be. You're talking about one of the best players in all of North America, and you are more deadly on the K-Machine. That's going to be a KO, a full team effort, and just running over, hard to starboard goes Sonder, and eventually the boat capsizes. As FTWin and Subs, they'll go up 1-0.
Yeah, that started out really back and forth, strong neutral game from both teams, and then once FTWin there was able to get that map control and take that top left area, that's when that just snowballed out of control. Bursty was able to just confidently sit on the tower and work it through all the checkpoints.
So now as we go to this map number 2, a little bit of reflection here to be had for Sonder. That game plan not working. As we go to Rainmaker at Starfish main stage, it's going to be an absolute melee in the middle, but with how good FTWin is at pointing out the weak links, pointing out those who overextend and having them kind of fall right into the trap of a potential 2v1, and then just working their way out from there. I can only imagine we might be seeing a much quicker game number 2 unless Sonder has some sort of plan to maybe sit back and let the game come to them a little bit more and maybe counterpunch.
Yeah, I'm wondering, if Josh is going to stick on that Squiffer pick, if he's going to opt to pick the Charger or Splatter Scope with the Stingray to maybe help stop those Rainmaker pushes. Of course, we know that Rainmaker can change in an instant. It can just be over in, 2 seconds. So with both of these teams and with the way the neutral game was that last round, we're going to have to see what happens.
And once again, folks, certainly it's been a wild evening. We've seen a lot of really good action called expertly so by Crit and Zillard. Zillard. Okay. The thing is that I knew that, but then I thought about it and I got hung up on my own thoughts. It's so often that happens to me, and I do apologize for that. But of course, Zillard's worked with him plenty of times before. I should know. Either way, great calls by them, and we're going to look forward to seeing them later on as we continue on with these events. But right now, we're going to continue on with this event and look at these compositions coming out of the main stage.
Yeah, right away here, I did notice Josh did switch to that Charger, opting for that Stingray for the Rainmaker pushes or the Rainmaker defense. And I also think it's notable, too, that Synapse has actually switched off the Kensa 52 for the Sploosh with the Hammer. So I think that's definitely an interesting pick as well. I see Bursty has opted to pick the Junior instead of the NZAP. So those are some notable teams that I'm seeing right away.
I did hear you almost say Squiff off, but because we were talking about the Squiffer in that game number 1.
Yeah.
But I heard that. Don't think you can escape me. I know we're both human, so it's all good in the hood. But this Nautilus just unflinching gets that kill. However, going to run straight into a wave of blue ink, and Josh holding on to that Rainmaker, going to try to get this kill as eventually we'll get the shot in the middle of the stage. It will try to advance, but runs straight into the path of the ballpoint Splatling, and as the beacon gets laid down, I mean, this Splatling is the same one that was top fragging last game, 8 splats in just that short a time, which of course was a KO, and as they take possession of the Rainmaker, looking to make just as big an impact here and remain just as mobile.
Yeah, has the Rainmaker opting to try and push it as far as he can, as there is a full wipe now on FTW. Josh here helping with their teammates to pop that Rainmaker and gonna go ahead and start pushing it into mid. Josh popping that Stingray, opting to get some picks and help their teammates start pushing the Rainmaker as Kyo goes down on the side of FTWin.
And once again, it's full teams on the map, but that could not be the case for very long, as eventually Caden is going to go down. They were kind of forced to take the Rainmaker and try to push something forward. It was only able to accumulate 17 points as the Nautilus puts in the work yet again, trying to ink up as much territory as they possibly can, but the Ultra Stamp drops the hammer right on the head, and Synapse is going to be taken out quite easily. In a 1v1, Kyo eventually gets an assist there, but that Synapse going to try to get a barrier breakage and maybe push it out just a little bit. They would be happy to get to midfield, but you really do have to push a little bit onwards, and that splat on the ballpoint is going to be huge. 4-2 on the map, and they could be taking the lead here. Indeed, they do, Rissa. That was a huge push, and it seems to be continuing on. 83 points on the board.
That was such a great push from Sonder here, as now FTWin has gone ahead and let the Rainmaker reset, and they know that they need to paint the map here, get their specials ready, so that way they can opt to get a really big push in, because Sonder getting it down to 17 is a really strong push for them. And as I'm saying that, unfortunately Biscuit goes down on the side of FTWin here, so FTWin is going to have to regroup here, make sure they try not to die, and see what they can do to get a push in.
Try not to die is generally the optimal strategy on this map and most maps, I would say. However, it's going to be easier said than done, especially when you're talking about going up against FTWin and some subs, or really against Sonder, who's been proving themselves quite a bit in this map. It's going to be FTWin and some subs trying to push through this choke point, and the Slosher, again, putting in that work. This is Burt with the Rainmaker now, trying to stay mobile, but the Ultra Stamp is just sharking and waiting, does its job, gets the kill. 3-2 on the map, make that 3-1. as they're going to have quite a sizable advantage, and they'll use that time to ink up as much of that green turf as possible as Kaden headhunts and goes for another kill, fires off the missiles as we have 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, that was a great pick from Kaden there as he hunted down that member of FTWin, and now Sonder is yet again in control of this Rainmaker here as they're starting to push it back onto FTWin's side. So they, even though they just now lost the Rainmaker, they're making it that much harder for FTWin to be able to push the Rainmaker past that 17-point lead that Sonder does have. So we're seeing Keo here trying to pop some burst bombs. That way they can opt to get some map control, painting up a little bit more here as FTWin in the last 25 seconds now has control of the Rainmaker, and they're going to try and push it past that 17-point lead.
Keo right now has that dominant position on the Slosher. I mean, you can do just fine on the lower ground with Slosher as well, but those falling shots, ever deadly. They have 3 specials that Ultra Stamp is going to be deployed, but it goes down. They only have 1 remaining now, and it's on the K machine. They're going to lose the Rainmaker. No time to get it back, and that is going to be it. It is a clean victory for Sonder as they draw things up at 1 apiece, and pretty impressive push there. Right at the very, right in the very middle of the map, clean all throughout, and yeah, that's what happens when you coordinate. You saw that they had numbers going forward, and that sort of ramming through with the three team members, it wound up paying off.
Yeah, it really did pay off for them as well, and they kept pushing it. I'd like that Sonder kept pushing the Rainmaker to the other side of the map, and it was just making it that much more difficult for FTWin to be able to get it back on the other side. And now we will be going into the next map here, Game 3, which will be Clam Blitz on Skipper Pavilion.
Yeah, and this is where things get rather interesting, because obviously you have a lot of area to turf, and it's such a weird stage. All in all, really, I remember when this got added to Splatoon 2, I wasn't really sure what to make of it. You know what I mean? Like, especially in the different varying modes. Like, how do I deal with this in Splat Zones? Because you have that whole runway area that is going to be tough to deal with. It definitely does favor a certain kind of frontline player where you are supporting your team, obviously keeping them alive so that they can ink as much turf as possible, but you still do need those kills in order to achieve the objective. And certainly you can just roll through if you are playing well enough. Question is, though, you have some pretty hard stopping points in Clam Blitz, and this is where the communication of the teams is going to come in, especially on a map like this.
Yeah, communication is going to be key here. There's 2 very, straightforward paths to take a clam to score here. So, these teams are going to have eyes all over the place with players like this on both teams. They're going to really have to be watching out for each other. As we see here, the 2 teams coming out, I immediately noticed that Sonder is coming out with 2 Booyah Bombs with that Kensa Pro and the Kensa 52. So I think that's a good start to this.
Yeah, that Malvin was on skill as well. You're definitely going to try to create a little bit of a hold up on some of those harsher stopping points. Kaden, however, slides right in and gets a kill. It's a 2v1 situation right now as the NZAP just spawns back in, but they put some clams into the basket, and that's going to be 26 points for their opening gambit. Not a bad way to start things off. However, the counterpunch is about to begin, and FT winning some subs. There are no slouches in this mode, let's just say that.
Yeah, absolutely. The way, FTWin plays, all of a sudden they can hit like a train wreck. So definitely Sonder is going to have their eyes open here as we see Ice watching this bottom portion, making sure that no one can sneak through here. But Sonder has 21 clams on the board. That's a lot of clams compared to FTWin here. And Sonder is doing a great job at putting out a lot of pressure here at this bottom portion of the map.
It seems like FTWin's strategy seems to be to take care of these individuals with the clams to get these kills. However, Kaden with the Booyah Bomb is not going to find their mark, but the ballpoint is down, and the Nautilus is down. Junior could very well joins them. Now, there you go. That's Ice with the kill. Power Clam is going to be broken, but oh, wait a second! On the other side of the map, that's going to be Green that gets the first barrier breakage, and that is how you respond. A good defense, well, why not having a better offense?
Yeah, right? Even though FTWin didn't necessarily get the lead off that point breakage, they did stop Sonder from getting 2 power clams in, so that would have been a ton of points that FTWin would have been having to make up for in that moment. So that was really good for FTWin in that moment here. As we see FTWin going ahead and popping their armor. Looks like they have an inkjet ready, this rain ready, and they're going to start popping these specials to try and get another push in.
And that was really cheeky stuff. I mean, that is, I didn't even see them sneak across the map. And I mean, how long was that power clam just sitting out there? I'm going to have to go back and look at that, or if Inkfair can provide us a replay. I'm not even sure, but either way, it's going to be Synapse. It's going to be a double burst bomb along with the Stingray. That push is going to allow Synapse and company to get it past the 50-point mark. 54-20 is the current score, as the penalty is well under... now, there you go. They're keeping it alive here. And again, 75 on the board, make it 78. And this is a desperate defense here from FTWin and some subs. Right now, Sonder is giving them everything that they can handle. And that was just a well-done push. It was staggered just a little bit, but Sonder remained tenacious, and they were rewarded with points aplenty, Rissa.
Yeah, they were. That was a great push there from Sonder to get in. And now, looks like FTWin has finally been able to start a push here, getting a power clam in. Let's see if they can get any follow-up clams in as they're 2 down now on the side of Sonder. So it looks like they, unfortunately for FTWin, not able to get any follow-up clams in with that push. And they have 2 down right now, as well as Sonder having 2 down on their side.
Yeah, they had 3 down at one point, but yeah, obviously you're closer to their spawn than the people spawning in are closer to you, but they do get another barrier breakage. That's going to translate to 46 points on the board thus far. That flat bomb is going to roll in. No one home. They do get past that 50-point threshold, but again, not good enough for the lead. They're just trying to remain alive right now. Synapse is going to say no thank you and shuts the door. We don't want your Girl Scout cookies right now, buddy. We are snacking on a dub, and that is final from Synapse with that K52 ever deadly as they are trying to carry their team towards victory past the 1-minute mark.
Yeah, Synapse putting in great work here in the front lines. And now, Sonder has 3 specials online. You can tell with the amount of clams they have, all the specials ready. They are getting ready for another counter push here. They have 32 clams ready, and it looks like they're just waiting for the perfect moment to go ahead and pop their specials. But just as I'm saying that, FTWin counters that with popping specials right in Sonder's face here. And right now there's a lot of trades happening. We're going to have to see if FTWin can get a power clam in here to try and get the lead on their side.
Oh, but they don't have the clams. They don't have the clams. There's no overtime. That is the way it goes, and yeah, that's a pretty nice little victory there. That was a cheeky one, and certainly one that you had to scrap out. But Josh, who was hitting some very key snipes that whole time, in fact, tying Synapse for frags in that with 11 amongst them. That was a convincing one, honestly. It was a cheeky little push, and FTWin some subs had some tricks up their sleeve, but Sonder right now, they look like they are a pretty well-oiled machine.
They really do. Sonder is playing so well tonight, and you can tell, they have the synergy. They're pairing up specials well. They're making sure they try and jump back when they can to regroup. So they're doing a great job with that, and I'm excited to see how the 2 teams play on this next map, which is going to be Sturgeon Shipyard Splat Zones. So Splat Zones, I feel like, is always a very well-telling mode to see teams on, and I think this is going to be a good one to see these teams on.
Yeah, going to be interesting, and you saw that double inkjet pick on Skipper Pavilion did not pay the dividends that they thought. They did wind up getting 4-2 and having a 4-2 situation at the very end, but FTWin some subs feeling like just leaving it a little bit late. And as Josh is going to try to figure out exactly what kind of charger they're going to be using on Splat Zones and Sturgeon Shipyard, I can only imagine the same composition would be working out for them, especially on a map like this, where you can just kind of find a perch and have at it if anyone dares to maintain the zone.
Yeah, I agree with that. Having a charger, especially for splat zones, is always a really solid pick. And, as we look at the scoreboard too, if Sonder wins this will be the set for them. So FTWin and some subs definitely knows that they gotta put in work here if they want to win this set.
And now here it is, time to control the zone. Sonder trying to reach up and take a shot, a swipe, if you will, at the North American champion FTWin and some subs. But here we go. Ice again on that ballpoint Splatling, the Nautilus, and there's not too much surprising here, although we do see a K shot from Keo. Josh going to be looking to take some heads early on. They're just trying to figure out the position. Ice finds themselves right in the middle. Josh is not finding that in time. However, they definitely find the Nautilus, and that was well spotted. 3-2 on the map, however, as Josh is going to secure the only kill. Wait a second, make that 2-2 on the map. Either way, FTWin and some subs garnering first control as Ice gets his revenge. How about a 2-for-1 package, Rissa?
Yeah, Ice putting in work there with that ballpoint, helping clear out that right side there for FTWin. Now, looks like one does go down on the side of FTWin, though. Looks like those specials are coming out from Sonder here, and those specials did a great job at helping Sonder recap the zone. They're going to have to try and see now if they can push forward and take down these members of FTWin. As two go down on the side of FTWin, it looks like it's just Bursty and Keo back here in their court, trying to wait for their teammates as they try and get their specials ready.
As we see now, this is, I wish that they would just use their regular names, honestly, but we're just gonna call them Burt because I find that to be funny. It's a sea of yellow on the zone right now as they're going to try to maintain the zone. Instead, will be disputed in the middle here. 4-3 on the map as the junior goes down. That's going to help Sonder cut into the penalty as they're looking for the death blow on this one. Trying to engage with that K shot, it looked like, from a distance, and that's right into the Booyah Bomb. That was beautifully placed there by Synapse, who again might be licking their chops here as they're trying to get anyone who finds themselves in their line of sight and has been doing pretty well thus far, keeping the advantage, the numbers game at least, in their favor.
Yeah, they really have, doing a great job, able to get the lead in that moment. I like that Henlo here is backing up, but does get rushed down there by Keo. So now Sonder is in a position now where they are going to have to work to regroup, as FTWin only has 2 points left of their penalty. Their penalty is now gone as Bursty goes ahead and pops armor to make sure that they can secure this lead here. And now FTWin is in a great position as they have secured the lead. One does go down on their side though, but and Sonder doing a great job as they tend to do, trying to push back in with their specials.
And again, as FTWin and some subs trying to maintain this 70-49 lead that they have accrued with 2 minutes remaining. Cutting in on their penalty now is Sonder, and now the splash wall. Josh gonna launch the bombs with reckless abandon, is gonna force out a super jump. And again, they're doing a decent job in getting points onto the scoreboard. The question is now, how do you translate that into KAs for further progress? The Inkstorm is going to be launched and cover at least one half of the zone. Oh, this is a decent little push here as I think they are going to take back the zone. Will FTWin and some subs. It was a neat cheeky little burst bomb to kind of split the gap between the splash wall and the natural wall that the course kind of provides. What a shot, however, by Josh on the scope.
Yeah, and I want to note too that Sonder was 2 points away from getting the lead there, so FTWin really put in a ton of work there to get the zone back, so that way Sonder could not get that lead. So this score is so close here as Sonder is now in control, but unfortunately Henlo does go down on Sonder's side, and now the fight for the zone is still continuing as FTWin has regained control of the zone here. The last 45 seconds here, both teams are working to get the zone.
Josh with a nice little snipe going up through that alleyway. isn't able to take the Nautilus. However, get back here so I can kill you, says Josh, who's been absolutely bloodthirsty these past couple of games. And their play has shown that they are among the best backliners, I would think, in North America. Certainly looking to take their place among that crowd here today. And as they accrue a 79-point lead, beautiful shot landed,
Wow.
and that whole team wiped. And Sonder, look at them. They are going to take the picture right now. Mom, get the camera, pop the armor, and that is a convincing victory. A shot in the dark lands its mark as Sonder goes up 3-1, and they will find themselves in grand finals.
Wow, this is this is a really great moment in Splatoon because FTWin, well, it's FTWin and some subs, but, generally FTWin is the team that always goes straight to grand. So I'm so excited for Sonder right now. And, we could very well see this matchup happen again at the end of the tournament.
And yeah, what a display there. Obviously, it was a great team effort all around. I mean, wonderful frontline play that we saw there from Caden and Synapse with the K52 has just been absolutely ferocious. The cheeky little utilization of that splashdown, a silent carry there in that map. We saw them creating some space for themselves and their teammates, kind of using it almost as you would like the Meteor Strike for those of you who play Overwatch, Doomfist players. But yeah, it was really, Josh, with the backline work, the key shots that they were able to hit, and obviously that's your job as a sniper. You are there to take heads and make the pa-chink noise, obviously. But the consistency with which they did that, the clutch situations in which they came up, they were not shying away from an opportunity at all. And Josh, helping to I think top frag in a couple of those games. I'm not sure about that last one. I did not see the statistics exactly, but Rissa, can't really be stressed enough just how well coordinated you have to be to take on FTWin, mano a mano, much less beat them.
Yeah, I agree. The work that Sonder has put in together really showed that set. I mean, yeah, Josh, like you were talking about, the way he was able to aid his teammates by getting those backline shots with the chargers. That was so impressive. I'm so happy that I got to watch that set. And then
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Oh, that's okay. I did note too, so I was watching Biscuit's stream before this, and Keo swapped out for, it was either Ice or Bagel, and I'm not sure which one, so I don't know if it was Biscuit on the ballpoint or what, but, I told them, I was like, we're commentating and your guys' names are all the same, so, well, not the same, but,
We could not discern them, so we do apologize if we got them mixed up, from the bottom of our hearts. But that's my professional response. The unprofessional response is you did this to yourselves. So we are going to continue on here with the loser side of Swim or Sink, the 8th edition, brought to you, of course, by the mad scientists at Inkling Performance Labs, alongside Rissa. I'm Stu, the announcer. Oh my gosh, I can't even speak properly. That was such a cool set. Inkfarer on production, of course, this entire night. And follow them on Twitter. They just hit 100 followers. Get them to 200 by the end of the night. That's my challenge to you. And it really does kind of speak to a more grandiose thing that just happened. We do like to focus on the macro here at IPL. And when you're talking about the dominant forces in Splatoon, especially in the North American scene, FTWin really is kind of the king of the mountain for now, and you do not see the crown get knocked off of their head all that often. But now, are we seeing, was this a one-time thing, or was this the emergence of a true challenger, Rissa?
That's exactly what I'm wondering, because this is something that you see on Twitter. Everyone's going to be talking about this on Twitter. I can already picture it now. When a team is able to take on FTWin like this is a very rare moment and a very exciting moment. So, I don't know.
Especially with their form as of late in the in the TASL, where they've been doing some pretty solid work, to say the very least, in representing North America in quite the exciting fashion. Now they're having to deal with some company in Sonder. So perhaps as the world says goodbye to Sayonara, some greatness ready to step into its place in the form of Sonder, and not a moment too soon. Within the same week, it's the circle of life, is it not, Rissa?
It really is.
Poetic about it, yeah.
Yeah, very definitely poetic. It is the circle of life. You're right. And too, FTWin is playing with subs tonight, so maybe they're not quite having that synergy that they're so used to.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. It was FTWin do have some questions to ask themselves. It was quite the convincing game number 1, and we were talking about maybe Sonder has to sit back, show a little bit of patience, and they were able to do so. And that was to their credit. It did quite well the next 2 maps. I mean, Rainmaker on Starfish main stage, able to get that numerical advantage, wait until they were 4-2 up, and then that 3 squid push into the past the choke and onto the ramp. They were that close to a knockout, to be completely honest, in response. And then obviously the next 2 games, Josh able to set in, hit shots on a consistent basis. It was, if nothing else, a defining win for Sonder, and something that they can build upon no matter what the results of the tournament. So we are going to continue on with Loser's Side. And once again, folks, this 8th edition of Swimmer Sync has been nothing if not contentious, as we are going to update you on Loser's Side now. Rissa, I'm not sure if you have it pulled up.
Yes.
There you go. All right, tell the good people.
So on the Loser's Side here, the next teams that will be facing each other in the bracket are Southern Lights, who just went 2-1 over Rising Wave. And then, so Southern Lights will be playing a team called Souffle's Stores. And Souffle Stores just went 2-0 over Priority to lead them to this next matchup. And then the other teams playing off will be teams called Rip Max and Veggie Kickers. So those are the 2 matchups that are happening right now in Losers Round 7.
I'm actually seeing something different on Loser's Side. I'm not sure if it's my bracket, but it's I'm seeing Priority 2-1.
Oh, let me refresh this here.
Gotcha. Okay, so wait a second. Was it updated for Priority, or what happened?
Yep. So it looks like it was updated. The bracket on the website was a little bit messed up there. So
we do have to manually refresh the page. We do apologize. That's not Rissa's fault at all.
Yeah. Now it has updated correctly to say Priority went 2-1 over Souffle Stores. So now Southern Lights and Priority will be facing off.
All right. So that was as we're going to continue on, and hopefully you're enjoying yourselves here at twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon, as we're trying to grow the Splatoon scene and let the mid-level try to work their way up a little bit higher. I can't help but feel just a little bit of pride in having this be the venue where Sonder takes down FTWin and some subs of all teams. Okay, perhaps they have some subs, but you still have some of the best quality players in all of North America going up against this team, Sonder. And Sonder, in a straight-up best-of-5, wound up beating them. And you can't help but feel just a little bit of pride in the undertaking that IPL has gone through. As it's the whole idea is to elevate the level of play, and it seems like that's what we've been seeing throughout these past couple of weeks.
Yeah, we really have. A lot of the teams that do play regularly in tournaments have been putting in a lot of work behind the scenes with the scrims that they set up. And they've really, behind the scenes, I've got to see it on people's streams. I've got to see it on Twitter. I can tell a lot of these teams, like Sonder, as a great example, have been putting in the work to be able to play at this level.
Yeah, and it's Yeah, even though obviously you could be talking about some synergistic issues with FTWin and some subs, this is still pretty much the same roster that wound up taking out Starburst in a very convincing fashion in Grand Finals 2 weeks ago at Swimmer Sync 7 as we took the last week off. But Starburst only able to take one game compared to the 8 that FTWin and some subs were allowed to take off of them, and that was after a 3-1 victory by Starburst in Winners Final. So FTWin and some subs, they're definitely used to going into losers side, but they have fought their way out before, and they could very well do that again if all the gears are clicking. So once again, Swimmer Sync 8, it's where a little bit of magic happens, and no matter what the implications are, sure is fun to watch. I'll say that.
It is fun to watch. It's almost like a little chunk of Splatoon history, that's happening. So it's really fun to watch and be a part of, and get to commentate and watch firsthand. Yes.
Absolutely, and I would rather have no other co-commentator, Rissa. So thank you for that. But as we are going on and looking through this loser side, I believe we're going to be seeing Southern Lights on stream. Am I mistaken in that? Or all right, yeah, I am correct. Apparently, says Inkfair. I'm not sure if the stream heard them, but that's or am I talking to myself here? Then now they're not going to respond on purpose, so I'm just gonna move on here. Oh man, Inkfair, ever the sassy lassie. But yeah, this is going to be Southern Lights and Priority, I believe, we're going to be seeing on stream. And the winner of this one, I think, is taking on Arctic Moon. I'm going to have to full screen this bracket here, so please excuse me. But yeah, it's been RIP Max and Requiem facing off in Losers Round 8. That is going to be a barn burner. But yeah, Priority getting sent to Losers side just a little earlier than they would have liked. Not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. The 4th seed in this tournament, and they have some absolute killers on their side, particularly Jay Sushi as their captain.
Yeah, Priority is made up of very strong players, and then Southern Lights is actually a team I haven't seen around in a little while playing in tournaments. So I'm excited to see them play right now, and I'm actually excited they've gotten this far through the losers bracket. So I'm excited to see this.
Yeah, seeing someone like Champ back in the swing of things is going to be fun, and definitely the supporting cast around them speaks towards success, as does their run in the tournament as up to this point. Southern Lights only getting sent down to losers side, losers round 6, and able to beat Rising Wave, as you mentioned prior. Mm-hmm. Looking for their winner's side run right now, and it's been a little choppy, almost getting taken down by Resistance by a score of 2-1. Resistance, of course, we've seen them quite a bit in these brackets, and indeed a little bit in the low wing tournaments, I recall. So yeah, that's a pretty decent side that has come up through the ranks and is trying to challenge for that top tier mantle. But Southern Lights getting the better of them, and now going up against the 4th seed in Priority. But it'd be interesting to see how they match up, especially on this. I'm not sure about the map list. It might just depend on that.
Yeah, it really will. And I actually haven't personally seen Southern Lights play in a long time, so I'm not sure what weapons they're going to be coming out with the current meta that's going on. I'm sure their weapons or comps are going to be switched up from what I used to. So we're definitely going to have to see what the map list is going to be to tell how these two teams will play against each other.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that is going to happen in just a few minutes. I'm not sure if we have a time check on that, if all the teams are ready, but okay, we are unsure. So
okay. While we are waiting, we did get confirmation about who is playing for FTWin right now. So it looks like it was the match that we all got to see was Biscuit on the ballpoint, Bagel was on the Nautilus, and then Bursty, of course, on Armor, and Keo was the other member, the K-Shot and the Slosher that we saw. So now we got confirmation on what the roster is right now.
Yeah, I did assume that it was Keo on the Slosher. I just didn't want to assume anything else because they're just that darn good on it, especially with the amount of trouble that they were causing with that K machine. You know, considering I think they got at least 4 splats just on that one knockout run, all the way through the choke and down into the enemy's area. But it was an impressive display, excuse me, by all members, but just not able to gel enough for that win that Sonder was able to pick up, and makes you wonder they're going to be looking at this loser's side with rather morbid curiosity, I could imagine. And I think we are going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we are going to see the number 4 seed Priority take on Southern Lights, trying to make this their Southern Night, perhaps. The champ is back on IPL Splatoon when we return. And welcome back, folks. Just had to get some bracket stuff sorted out, and apparently Southern Lights wound up playing off stream against Priority, and Priority beat them by a score of 2-0. So it is Priority moving on to face off against a team that we have streamed on quite a few occasions here on Swimmer Sync. That is, of course, the force that is known as Arctic Moon.
Yeah, we have seen Arctic Moon quite a lot, but I do like watching them play, seeing how they can adapt to different teams and, what different comps they'll come out with. And today, they actually are playing with Shockwave. Shockwave is a very strong Nautilus player from Australia, so a great sub for them to have in today with them. And then on Priority, of course, we have Axis, Domo, Stock, and Jay Sushi, all strong players as well. So I think this is going to be a good match as we go into the first game here, which is going to be Tower Control on Sturgeon Shipyard.
Winner of this one will be facing off against the winner of, I believe it was Rip Max and Requiem. Never mind, Rip Max and Requiem. I didn't refresh it in time. Rip Max winning that one by a score of 2-0. So it is indeed Requiem receiving their death knell just in time for Loser's Bracket to really kick off as the winner of this one facing off against the number 2 seed. So messages are to be sent and statements to be made. Arctic Moon looking to make theirs as they are winding up in a 2v1 there. Is that a K52? And Jordan is going to wind up picking up the kill on that K-Pro.
Yeah, we're seeing both teams have one go down as 3 are down now on the side of Arctic Moon. It looks like Priority here is going to go ahead and call out that last member as well as Jordan starting to push up here, even with that Booyah Bomb, just adding so much more pressure as Arctic Moon has now pushed it all the way to the second checkpoint here.
And yeah, that stall out on Shockwave up above, not able to get to the objective as they're taking on 1v1. What a double there as the Inkjet's going to take to the skies, looking for one more. However, it's going to be Dark taking them out of the skies. It's going to be a wipe, but not before Rissa. 95 points on the board for the challengers in this instance. Priority coming up through the loser's side and trying to make their stake their claim to Swimmer Sync crown.
Yeah, they within the first minute, putting the score all the way down to 5 is something that is going to be very difficult to come back from. That is a very big, very big shoes to fill from Arctic Moon here, as Priority has already started pushing back up again. Domo getting that nice pick on Shockwave, and now they're back in that same position they were earlier, adding all this pressure in Arctic Moon spawn.
Yeah, and Domo has been able to put all that pressure on there and occupy a 2v1 situation. Not enough people to look at the tower as they make it to the goal, and that is a convincing KO. Priority in the driver's seat of this one as Arctic Moon, all credit in the world to their level of skill, but they look to be in shambles against Domo and company, especially in the face of those 12 KAs that was picked up by the K machine of Domo.
The Priority really, got the momentum that they needed there, and they pushed it. As soon as they got past that second checkpoint, that seemed like, the momentum they have was carrying on so well there. And as we go into the next match, it's going to be Clan Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy. So I'm wondering a lot, if Arctic Moon's going to switch up their comp, if they're going to stay on the weapons that they had, knowing now what Priority came out with.
Yeah, and Priority perhaps feeling a little bit emboldened. They are ready to go already. And on Inkblot, I'm not really sure because I feel like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But you almost have to expect Arctic Moon to bring pretty much the full fury of their kid out. And I'm wondering, maybe you're going to be put on the back foot a little bit early if you're Priority. How do you cope with that? Are you just trying to finish this up as quick as you can, or are you trying to bunker down and get yourself ready for the long haul?
Yeah, we on our our side, we see that Priority has 8 up right away. They're ready to go. So I'm guessing they're not going to have much of a comp change. But Arctic Moon, they're taking a little while, maybe switching up their comps, maybe talking about what game plan they want to do here. For Clam Blitz in particular, you know, this is a very team-coordinated game mode. So definitely have a lot to think over, plan over, and talk about moving forward with this match.
We're going to get the timer counted down, and this is Arctic Moon. This could very well be their last stand. Will, in fact, the shadow remain cast over that southernmost continent as the Arctic winds looking to blow over this bracket and put Priority on ice? We'll have to find out at Art Academy. It's time to blitz.
Okay, and now as we see
Hydra.
Yeah, we're seeing these team comps up and come out here, and Dark is opting to stick on that Hydra. So, you know, on the side of Arctic Moon, similar comp, same comp coming out here, and right now they have actually succeeded in getting one pick on the side of Priority, but also on the side of Arctic Moon. Twig on the K-52 has gone down, and now it looks like that tent on Arctic Moon is down as well. So Priority starting to paint up, push up, and work to get a push in here.
And Shockwave showing some decent technical skill. In fact, gets that splat onto Jordan, but immediately runs into Stalk, who is headhunting, gets 2 splats upon that first breakage, and they're going to be looking for another one. Gets Coffer, and now could be the death knell of their side. Dark, now we see why they picked the Hydra. It's a good defensive option there, but not before 41 points. Make that 40, oh my gosh, make that, 48-50 now. As, yeah, a pretty impressive little push there, and I would actually, maybe little is not the word to use there, Rissa. That is a massive way to start out for Priority.
Yeah, that was a very strong starting push there from Priority, getting it all the way down to 50. Now, as Arctic Moon is going for a counter push, they have scored the clam in, and now they are scoring in as many clams as they can here. Shockwave and Coffer up here throwing in the clams. They are so close to getting the lead, as Shockwave here is going to help get the lead, throw in some more clams. And it looks like Shockwave here putting in a lot of work to add to this pressure. You know, Arctic Moon is doing a great job at staying up here and just continuing to dwindle these clams in.
Oh, but that Toxic Mist is going to come out strong. Right on that choke, they're still alive, however. That push did not end until well after we thought it would. That lasted for a whole 30 seconds longer than I would have anticipated. That landing is going to be protected by the Tent Umbrella, as Coffer is going to be descended upon 3v1, but that is a target well prioritized by Priority, ironically enough. Not before, however, they lose the lead. It is 68-50 as it stands right now. Arctic Moon staying alive, and it's Priority, however, trying to get this lead back, and certainly turf control with these 1v1 and 2v1 situations gets taken down from behind, however, and Dark is, well, that's a Hydra, and it is quite as scary as the name would imply, Rissa.
It really is, and Dark is doing a great job at following up, watching where their teammates are, and helping their teammates by getting those kills and when they can. So Dark is doing a great job, and right now, this is, you know, turned quite a bit from the first game we saw. Arctic Moon is doing a great job at keeping up pressure, keeping up mid. Shockwave, though, gonna go down here as Shockwave started to try and push up. It looks like 2 are down now on the side of Arctic Moon. Both teams have equal clams, though. And now there's 2 down on the side of Priority, so there's just so much back and forth going on here in mid.
And you could see that that was not a push-up that Shockwave truly wanted to entertain. Domo trying to escape the throws of that Booyah Bomb. Twig was not allowing his splash wall, is not going to help them against Toxic Mist. There's good mobility there by Twig to escape and going to utilize the barrier of the Umbrella before they get taken down by Stalk. And yeah, you can see that Shockwave was trying to go in, yeah, and they were looking for trying to pick their spot. But with that Toxic Mist and the Suction Bomb, the spot kind of picked them. So now it's going to be Priority going to try to get their revenge as they take the lead. And would you look at that, 83 points, and they're still not done. We could be seeing the death knell right here as Priority builds it up to 96 points. Dark trying to keep their side alive, as they have a power clam. They're going to go on the offensive here, and going as fast as that Hydra will allow. But that is the Arctic Moon could be eclipsed here by Priority. If they're not careful, they only have 45 seconds to say otherwise.
Yeah, Arctic Moon knows that they need to get a push in here and keep the clams up if they want to work to get the lead here. But this miss on this step has been an issue for Arctic Moon to be able to try and get in, as Arctic Moon has been able to break the path if they weren't able to get any follow-up clams in. That missed. Oh my gosh. I never would have thought of that miss being that deadly, but that was a great play.
Absolutely oppressive on that choke point. They have been placing it there the entire match, and it has slowed down Arctic Moon enough as Jordan takes to the skies with the Inkjet, trying to seal the deal. It is 3-2 on the map. We are going to overtime. They do have a power clam available. Hold your breath, folks. This could be Arctic Moon's very last stand, as they are going to try to engage with the 2v1. They do not get Shockwave, who's staying alive, trying to collect as many clams as possible, as they will have the Inkjet out as well, but they get taken out of the skies. 4v1, that could be it. That's a full team wipe, and Priority number 1 is making it on to face Rip Max in losers semifinals, as Arctic Moon, the sun rises upon them, and their tournament run ends against Domo and company. Look at that KA. Goodness gracious. Stalk and Jordan combining for 38 up top.
Yeah, that's insane. That KA with the two combined, that was insane. And Arctic Moon there, that match, we thought it was Arctic Moon. They had it. They were kept controlling mid. They kept that strong push up when they had it, but Priority was able to follow through and just get that really strong push in and just keep up the defense as well. They did a great job.
Not through a lack of effort by Arctic Moon's side, but it was simply Priority had the plays in mind, utilizing every last bit of the map and the cheeky defenses that they set up, trying to bottle their opposition into a position where they could manage it. And this is a team that knows how to play the game and how movement works and exactly what you can and cannot do. It's almost like zoning in Smash Brothers. For those of you who play that game, you're not necessarily utilizing projectiles at the highest level anyway. You're not utilizing projectiles to try to hit your opponent as much as you are trying to dictate where they absolutely cannot go. So you're setting up for a kill, and that's how you do it. You bottle people in that splat zone. You try to choke people out with that toxic mist so that they cannot take that little staircase up into with the least root of effort at the very least, and it winds up paying dividends. They just know how to utilize the map, and I have to say, Rip Max in for quite the mental challenge as well as the technical one against Priority.
Yeah, so next up on stream, we will be seeing Priority again versus Rip Max. So both of these teams in their last matches in the loser side of the bracket did 2-0 the teams that they were facing. So two teams that 2-0'd coming together here to fight in losers round 3 is going to be some good stuff.
Oh, to say the very least, Rip Max. I mean, you're looking at the roster right now. That team of Lux, Madness, Shinex, and Omega, this in control pickup that has been tearing their way through the bracket thus far. However, a stagger in on loser's side, where they wound up going down a lot earlier than they would have liked. Didn't even get a chance to face off against FTWin and some subs like they were seeded to do, as they were taken down by Arctic Moon, ironically enough. So it's Arctic Moon wound up winning that 2-1 before they were defeated by Sonder 3-0. Of course, Sonder, the ones sitting in grand finals. So perhaps a statement here to be made by Rip Max, as Priority is going to have their work cut out for them. In control, just in general, has been, or Rip Max, however you want to phrase them, they have certainly been in control of their destiny for quite some time now, particularly in how they play the game. And their their namesake is definitely how they want to play the game. They want to make sure that they are controlling the pace of play, that they're kind of controlling possession, if you will, so that they do not have the game dictated to them, but instead they're the ones who wind up calling the shots, and you have to play around them. But what does Priority do to counteract that? Because that's kind of the same way that we've seen them take down their opposition and loser side.
Yeah, that is a good point. I mean, In Control, which is essentially Rip Max, but it's an In Control pickup that we see here. They have been putting in so much work in tournaments that I've seen. They have been putting in a lot of work. It's really been showing through in the brackets. And with the way that we just got to see Priority play, I mean, I feel like this is going to be a great matchup to watch. And the first map that we will be going on to with Rip Max versus Priority is going to be Splat Zones on Humpback Pump Track.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting. Humpback Pump Track, we've seen that be the undoing of a few teams in these brackets. If you're not ready for that push that can come into the middle along those sloped areas, really might just come down to who has the most effective and really the most bloodthirsty slosher. If you have too many people trying to maintain the zone, if you find yourself being too desperate, I don't know. There are fights to be found all over the map. It's just a matter of how well you can prioritize it. That wasn't actually meant to be a pun. I actually was not meant to be a pun. I promise you. But yeah, it really just comes down to which shots you take and how often you take them, especially when it comes to that middle of the map where controlling the zone really is kind of a number one.
It really is. It really is. And the weapons that these teams are going to come out with is definitely going to be crucial to knowing what and how this map is going to play out. Like, I know Omega plays Carbon Roller, so I feel like that could be definitely a pick that could be very good on Humpback Pump Track in particular. And yeah, like you said, sloshers are great for that map as well. So that's what I'm really interested to see, is what weapons these players are going to come out with.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be interesting. And as we wait here for the for what could be a contentious best of three, as we're looking on here, tower control on the Reef, and then Clam Blitz and Snapper Canal. You're definitely going to be seeing, it's a very wide area of play that's being offered here, really on all of these maps. You can't really concentrate yourself in any one part of it, of any of these things, even when you do have some sort of centralized objective, like you will in Splat Zones or Tower Control. It's I can only imagine what it's going to come down to. Perhaps just a stray shot here and there landing, a 4-2 that winds up extending, and those staggered wipes that we've been seeing be the death knell of a few of these sides. It's going to be interesting, to say the very least, but I can only imagine one of these teams is going to feel like the less fortunate of the two at the end of it all.
Yeah, Tower Control, the Reef, I've played on that and also seen it spiral past that second checkpoint, definitely. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen. I'm hoping it's more neutral than that, but I have definitely seen it happen on commentary and had that actually happen to me playing the game. So depending on how this first matchup goes, this is going to be very telling, I feel like, to see how the two teams play out.
Well, there's, in the words of Yogi Berra, that's why they play the games. So we're going to have to see how it all shakes out. And on Splat Zones, Humpback Pump Track, again, you're watching this action. Swim or Sink 8, the 8th edition, of course, here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. I don't know why I said that twice, but quite frankly, it's been a crazy night. Apparently, some things getting lost in translation with the names of a few players that were doing quite well in this tournament. So maybe these are the sorts of things that we have to reiterate, especially on a night like this, Rissa.
Yeah, this is, starting with that Sonder and FTWin match that we got to watched. It really has been quite a night already, and this has definitely been quite the tournament already, with still more excitement to come.
To say the very least, and now the box is locked, the lights are on, it's Splat Zone's fighting time. Losers semifinal action here on IPL Splatoon between two of the finest teams that North America has to offer. It's an in-control pickup in Rip Max, the number 2 seed in this tournament, going down the loser side far quicker than they would have liked. You better believe making it back to Grands is their number 1 priority as we take a look at the comps.
Yeah, looking at the comps here, I really think it's interesting that priority is coming out here. No range necessarily, no backliner, as opposed to the side of Ripmax coming out with that heavy Splatling remix. And now Ripmax has gained second control of the zone, and now controlled the lead here as they are working to add the pressure onto priority, pushing them back here. Looks like Madness is going to go ahead and jump back to a safer spot here, help their teammates out, and just kind of hang around zone to make sure that they can keep it.
Oh, Lux trying to extend on the remix, but not finding any luck. They are going to get splatted as that Inkjet winds up taking 2 heads. Madness indeed, an entire cacophony of ink spilling down upon the heads of their opposition, as Send with the rollers going to try to extend that area of purple out, as they're going to be met with suction and burst bombs, not necessarily in that order of effectiveness, but yeah, the 10 missiles as they will be deployed soon enough at the very least. Not before getting 85 points on the board will they relinquish it, and now it's going to be a tougher ask for priority than perhaps we thought initially.
Yeah, now priority has gained control of the zone here, but actually, is there a DC? It looks like on the side of Rip Max. So,
that's unfortunate. But they have the lead.
They do have the lead. So I don't know for sure what the DC rules are here, but they might have to take this on as a 3v4, as Rip Max already has secured the lead all the way down to 15. Priority here, working to make sure they broke through their penalty, and now they're trying to push through their points to get the lead.
Yeah, they really don't have the personnel, I don't think, to be able to maintain this lead. Unfortunately, the HSR, you can get lamed out, and even though that Booyah Bomb is going to stagger the zone ever so slightly, you just keep numbers on there, and you are going to maintain it. So it will be interesting to see the ruling on this one, as the squid bag from Axis. Come on, that you were up 4v3, Axis. That's his poor show, and I'm not sure what the ruling is going to be. I'm sure that we'll have a. I think the option might be there to replay, but not sure.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, since Rip Max kept playing. So we're gonna have to see what ends up happening here. What if we're gonna have the map replay, or we will go straight into tower control on the reef. We'll have to see what they end up playing out here, because that was unfortunate. Rip Max got it all the way down to 15. They were putting in the work there at the beginning of that match.
Yeah, it might have actually passed the score threshold as well, which is an unfortunate way to have it happen. I mean, it's your own success winds up being your undoing for some unfortunate circumstances, as that roller was putting in quite a bit of work, if I'm being completely honest. You saw them trying to extend out that mode, and indeed, it has been awarded to priority. It will go down in the books as a KO. You saw Rip Max as that roller was trying to take out that center lane and trying to make sure that their opposition was coming through on one of those 2 ramps leading up to the zone on the turn, but it's not going to be a situation where they will have mercy shown upon them, unfortunately for Rip Max. So if they want to make it to losers final, they'll have to do so with 2 successive wins on tower control and clamplets.
Yeah, with the way Ripmax played that first match, the part that we saw them get it all the way down to 15, hoping, there's no more DCs coming up here in this next game, or the next 2 games that we end up getting to see. This could be a very good match for Ripmax, but Priority definitely could come back from this tower control. I feel like it's been, like, from what I've seen, it's almost been kind of like Rainmaker, once per one checkpoint, or the first checkpoint and the second checkpoint happen, it can definitely spiral from there once the other team tries to come back to the choke points of spawn.
Yeah, definitely something to be said about getting those checkpoints in all that open area. I mean, that second checkpoint, we've seen that be the undoing of quite a few teams here on the Reef. But if they want to survive this one, they have no choice but to ride the tower. Jordan right back on that nozzle nose, and yeah, the same sort of play that we've been seeing from Ripmax, except Send is going to be on the Ink Brush this time, prioritizing a little bit of speed over the potential power that the roller is to provide. And I kind of like that call. You definitely want to be ahead of the curve if you are playing tower control, even if the objective can only move so fast.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely a strong pick there. Opting, especially for the Reef, I feel like it's a good pick. And now, Ripmax here, gonna go ahead and grab the tower, as HELIX is gonna go ahead and ride the tower through this first checkpoint with that Junior. And now Madness up here with Lux putting on pressure. They know that if they want to win this set, they need to put up the pressure, give it all they got here, so that way they can work to win this match.
That Booyah Bomb is going to come in about where that second checkpoint is. They're going to try to take it down, and indeed they will be successful in doing so. It looked like, no, never mind. They're going to get stalled out just barely. 60 points on the board. It will not be enough to take checkpoint number 2, and they were that close. That Booyah Bomb was quite effective in stalling out the count. Just enough, Rissa, and we'll have to see just how large that fact looms as Domo and company are back on the attack.
Yeah.
What a double! Sorry. Gosh, man. I mean, look, I hate to cut you off, but quite frankly, Domo cut off their opposition just that hard.
They really did here, as Priority now has the tower and has secured the lead as they work through the second checkpoint, and they continue to get the members of Ripmax and just are making sure that they can push the tower as they push it all the way down to 20 points. I mean, this is a great push for Priority.
80-60 the score on the board right now, as Priority are looking to close this out in convincing fashion. They were the ones who were able to get past that checkpoint, and what did we say? That second checkpoint could very well be the difference. And now I feel like if you're Priority, you really do have to make note that and take care that you are playing solid defense, especially in the face of some pretty intense killers with Domo on that Clash Blaster. They're looking to get into your face and deal out a bunch of pain. You don't even have to hit directly on your targets. You just have to hit them sort of around them 3 times enough. 3 times would be enough in that instance. As Domo, yeah, they're just pointing and shooting, and it seems to be working out as they are trying to get right back in. The best defense seems to be a good offense for Priority as Domo continues to take heads.
Domo on the Clash Blaster, that is not something you see a lot. The Clash Blaster as a whole, a weapon played in a tournament, so I definitely think this Clash Blaster pick is paying off for Domo, as Domo is now the last member alive of Priority. Domo's still gonna stay up here, and Ripmax finally has called out Domo. I mean, the way that Domo was perched up there, just continuously adding pressure with that Clash Blaster was really difficult for Ripmax to get past, but finally they have gotten past that. There are 3 members down of Priority now, as HELIX is gonna go ahead and grab the tower and once again start to push it through these remaining checkpoints. And it looks like, Ripmax has all their specials online. They're gonna go ahead and pop this. Send is gonna pop this baller. They popped the remainder of their specials, and now it looks like HELIX has popped that armor as well. So they have gotten 1 pick on Priority so far as they start to push here, and 2 down now on both sides as the towers has been pushed to 27.
They do get past that first checkpoint and trying to do some work on number 3. They are within 9 points of their opposition, 85-76 as it stands, but it is past 1 minute to go as Axis is going to try to seal the deal here. And they've been trying to turf up as much as they can, and by the looks of it from the eagle eye, it seems like they've been quite successful. We're going to have a moment of silence at the end of this for send ZR button, no matter what, because they have been going absolutely ham with people in their face as they're going to try to pave a path to victory here and try to defy the odds. Send on that ink brush is going to try to stave off their competition as they approach the 3rd checkpoint, but they get off the tower. Can they get back on? It seems like they cannot. And with that, the set slips away out of the hands of Rip Max. Priority will move on by a score of 2-0, and the work that was done by that Clash Blaster cannot be understated. Domo and Axis,
wow.
Goodness gracious, 36 KAs, 8 ink armors. That's how you get a push in on the Reef.
Apparently, the Clash Blaster is the answer to tower control on the Reef, because Domo was just putting up so much pressure with that Clash Blaster, and that was, something that I don't get to see a lot in tournaments, so that was definitely a new sight to see. And now that means that Priority will be moving on to face FTWin, I believe, right?
FTWin and some subs, you're absolutely right. So, we were talking about Rip Max trying to make their way through losers bracket. Priority is going to deny them of that opportunity, and they will move on, take on FTWin and some subs, the number 1 seed of this tournament. We saw them do quite well in tournaments past, and indeed win the whole thing last tournament out of loser's side, Rissa.
Yeah, this, I'm wondering if we're going to see, because we had seen before, it was Biscuit, Keo, Bursty, and Bagel. So I'm wondering, if we're going to see the same comp come out of FTWin in this side of the losers bracket.
It is going to be an interesting proposition, to say the least. But folks, as we wait for that loser side, for this losers final, we are going to, I think, take a quick pause in the action. But before we do, definitely would like to talk to you about Testing Grounds, which is our bi-weekly Friday tournament. I believe we have one coming up this Friday. You're going to want to tune in right back to this very channel, twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. Testing Grounds is where teams of all levels can try out different compositions and see what might work and what does not. It's not a fully competitive thing, but it's definitely where you want to try things out to see what can be competitive. So if you want to see the experimentation, the mad scientists at work in the Inkling Performance Labs, you're going to want to tune in right back to here on Friday on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. But that's then. This is now. Coming up next is Losers Final. FTWin and some subs going to be taking on Priority and looking to take out the Cinderella run of the number 4 seed. Don't go away. You're watching Swimmer Sync 8.
All right, we are back, everyone, here at Swim or Sink, and we are back just in time for losers round 10 here, which is going to be Priority, who we just watched play, versus FTWin and some subs, as they're named today here. So today FTWin has playing with them. It is Keo, Bursty, Biscuit, and Bagel, and of course on the side of Priority, which we just saw, was Axis, Domo, Stock, and J Sushi. So the first map and mode here that we are going to see is Rainmaker on Anchovy Games. And as we wait for the teams to go ahead and pick their weapons here, I did want to note too, this is going to be a best of 5, since this is the end of the bracket on loser's side. So best of 5 as opposed to the best of 3s that we have been watching on the stream previously.
Okay, sorry about that.
All right, and so we are readied up here, and we are going to be straight into Rainmaker on Anchovy Games.
Yeah, and the stakes have not been higher for Priority tonight. They are taking on FTWin and some subs who are going to be looking to avenge themselves against the number 3 team, Sonder, who are going to be sitting there in grand finals. Winner goes on, losers goes home. As we are going to take a look now at the compositions. Time to make it rain, Rissa.
Yes, making it rain on Rainmaker on Anchovy Games here. As we see the comps come out here on the side of FTWin and some subs, we are seeing Biscuit back again with that ballpoint pick. Looks like they are opting to stick on that pick as well. Very similar comp to what we saw on the winner's side of the bracket, as FTWin has grabbed the Rainmaker, and Bursty here going to start pushing it. But Priority opting to have that double inkjet and the Stingray to stop that Rainmaker push.
A double inkjet is something that's been quite popular, particularly among the ranks of FTWin and some subs, as Stalk is going to try to take out one of the fiercest sloshers in all of North America. They're going to opt not to pick up that Rainmaker after it bursts. As good shot on the inkjet yet again, as that ballpoint is going to be grounded, and Keo is going to be taken out as well. 4-2 on the map. The push is going to begin. They're going to have to get more than just the 44 points on the board if they want to take a lead and have control over this map, as Axis's movement is going to be tested by some of North America's finest.
Yeah, now Priority has the Rainmaker. They have pushed it all the way down to 63 points, which is very, very close to the score that FTWin was able to get it to. Now 2 members down on the side of FTWin and some subs. Priority knows that this is the moment where if they can pop the Rainmaker, grab it, and push it, they're going to secure the lead, if not more, even push for the dunk.
And you saw, as soon as you saw Stalk, I believe it was, get that splat on Keo, you knew, because what did you see as soon as the barrier burst? Just a wave of ink. That's when you knew that one of the most dangerous sloshers in North America was sitting there ready and waiting to get a splat, but they were able to stay patient, get that splat, and rely on their aim, trusting their instincts and their technical ability, as Jordan is going to be looking for a double here, is not going to, actually is going to run right back into Keo and will take to the sky to try to neutralize the threat. Instead, it gets taken out on the ground. Inkjet providing a nice little diversion, but what a push that was from Priority. 94-44 on the board right now, Rissa, and FTWin and some subs going to be tested early on in this best of 5 clip.
They really are going to be tested early on. I mean, having to get the FTWin and some subs having to get their score past 6 for Rainmaker is really a big challenge to take on here, as Keo gonna get a pick with those burst bombs. And now there are 3 down on the side of Priority as this inkjet pops up here. FTWin has now grabbed the Rainmaker and is opting to push it back on the side of Priority's side, though unfortunately the Rainmaker for FTWin and some subs does go down, but they were able to score more points all the way down to 24.
That's going to be a reset in the middle of the map. It could very well be another barrier breakage for FTWin and some subs, and indeed it is. They're going to push it right back in, and that beacon, keep an eye on that thing. They're looking to respawn and respawn quickly. The ballpoint going to look to create all that much more room, and it makes you wonder, maybe they were a little too quick to get that Rainmaker reset, as they're going to try to push up 76 to 94 on the board right now, but they lose the Rainmaker as Jordan takes to the skies, raining hell from above, and upon landing lands a trade. But I mean, what we are seeing right now from this ballpoint is someone who is not afraid to go up to the front lines and do the dirty work, try to cover some turf, and then once that concentrated shot comes through, they are lurking and ready for the kill.
Yeah, the ballpoint here, putting in lots of work here, helping to get jumps for their teammates as well, as Bursty is going to go ahead and grab the Rainmaker. With Keo is down in this moment as they're pushing, but I like that Bursty here is staying back, trying to throw off some Rainmaker shots. Pushes it, just 1 or 2 more points past the lead that they had, and now there's 3 down on the side of FTWin. So in the last 25 seconds, I mean, this might be near to impossible to come back from.
Yeah, and that is a shame. Domo, as we've seen them do some work on the custom Jet Squelcher, and yeah, it's a popular little backline weapon. It reaches pretty darn far and hits pretty darn hard. Not really, but in the hands of Domo, it certainly seems to. I'll say that. So they're going to hold on and just sort of chill out near that piston. They have no need to go forward at all. The priority number 1 is winning, and well, the team winning is priority. So 94 to 78, the final score of that one. Rissa, break it down. What did you feel was the key for that match for priority to take it? And don't say the 16 KAs from Stalk, because yeah, that obviously had an effect, didn't it?
Yeah, it definitely did. I think though, what was definitely a key factor there was the double inkjet that priority had plus the Stingray. They were always ready to pop those 3 specials at the time where FTWin would get the Rainmaker to a specific point on their street, right? So they were constantly popping the double inkjet and the Stingray at the same time to make sure they really, really could stop the Rainmaker and make sure it didn't get past, 20 points.
Yeah, it was a pretty impressive display there from Priority, all things considered. So Domo is going to be ready for Splat Zones on New Albacore Hotel. Makes you wonder if they're going to stick with that custom Jet Squelcher, because it's obviously a map where you need to have a little bit of backline utility. But then again, if this is zones, maybe you don't need as much mobility as perhaps you might think. I don't know. It just seems like it's one of those conundrums. Do you want that kill power, or do you want to just try to control the zone and control the ins and outs as much as possible? We have our answer here, as they're going to go and try to take that bridge. Jordan providing a little bit of assistance with the dually Squelchers. This is a lot of range that we're seeing here from the number 4 seed.
Yeah, I know that teams do like to opt for range on this map in particular, since it is a very long map. And FTWin did secure the zone at first, but Priority has retaken the zone and has worked to get the lead back in their favor. So now, with 1 down on the side of Priority, 2 down on the side of Priority, it looks like this is going to be FTWin and some subs' chance to re-score the zone here and push up here. And they even broke through their penalty, so they are sitting in a good position here.
Still good on Jordan to stay alive, as even though the lead is being taken back, that ballpoint going to do work as Jordan gets taken down. You saw them just trying to stay there and stay alive, perhaps as a point in which to super jump and take back the zone as soon as possible. Eventually was found out as Keo going to try to throw the wave all the way up onto that. It looked like the K-Pro. I didn't get a good look at it. Apologies, folks. But as it ticks down past 70 points. Keo going to use those fizzy bombs, shaking the controller like they have never shaken it before. And Axis now is going to try to get in and try to find an inroad as it passed to the final 10 ticks. They are not going to get in. FTWin and some subs, an authoritative Game 2 victory against Priority, and that is exactly the shot in the arm that they needed to get themselves back into this fight.
Yeah, I really loved that Keo pushed up into Priority's what we call street, and was just being a nuisance there, throwing fizzy bombs, working to get chip damage on members of Priority. So I think that was a really big factor in FTWin and some subs winning that match in particular. Now, we will be going into the next match here, Game 3, versus FTWin and some subs in Priority on Tower Control Manta Maria.
Yeah, and this is, I don't know, are you expecting to see a similar strategy that we saw from Priority last time? Because it seemed like they had the match well in hand. They weren't necessarily christened the losers bracket darlings as of yet, as they had only just recently gotten down into that area. But it seemed like on Tower Control, they are more than content with having open space. How does that translate to the tight-knit corridors past the second checkpoint of Manta Maria?
That's a very good question. Definitely a different look from New Albacore Hotel. And I also wanted to note that Clash Blaster that we saw Priority play with on the last set that we got to watch here on stream. So who knows if that's making a comeback here, especially on a tight quarter map like Manta Maria.
Makes you wonder. I mean, perhaps FTWin and some subs get a little comfortable riding through that corridor, and all of a sudden out jumps Doma with that Clash Blaster. Is like, hey, how you doing? They will instead go for the K machine, but they're going machine for machine against Keo. It makes you wonder. That is a big bet to make, to think that you can go mano-a-mano against one of the best that North America has to offer. Is certainly that ballpoint and the Nautilus on the side of FTWin and some subs going to play a priority as well as we get things started, and immediately the priority turns to Inkling for FTWin and some subs. Good kill there on Domo as the Nautilus is going to take the tower and try to pin down their opposition. Could be some shot calling going on here from Biscuit.
Yeah, I like that, the FTWin and some subs is now on the tower.
Wait, this is Bagel, excuse me.
Yeah, this one is Bagel. Bagel is the Nautilus. Biscuit, we confirmed, is the ballpoint. So I love when the Nautilus on, whoever's playing it on the side of FTWin can take that top left side. That definitely helped aid them to get their score all the way down to 47, but now there is a full wipe on the side of FTWin and some subs as Priority is now trying to work up to paint. It looks like Jordan here trying to pop a Booyah Bomb up on this top right side, maybe to add some pressure, hopefully get some picks with that. And right now it is a fight for mid here, as now Priority is trying to take this top left side the same way FTWin did.
And they are not going to quit on this one easily at all, getting it past the getting it only up to 15, but nowhere close to matching the 53 that the defending Swimwear Sing champion FTWin and some subs have accumulated. Axis is going to get that kill with the bomb, and they've been putting in a massive amount of work on that end zap. I mean, not even just the KAs, but yeah, they have just been an ink armor machine, helping with those sustained pushes. They will need every last one of them as they are in a 2v1 situation. The ballpoint Splatling hanging out on the tower, and they are more than content to do so as they will ride on through and make this push even harder as we get towards the halfway mark of this particular Game 3.
Yeah, we are going into the 2-minute section of this match, and now FTWin has pushed the tower all the way back to Priority's side of the map. They are going to do a good job at getting that machine down on the side of Priority, And now FTWin, they're doing a good job at juggling this tower, making sure they don't rush anything, making sure they regroup with each other. And Bursty here, looks like Bursty's the last one left. Did try and juggle the tower as long as he could. Was called out though. But, even though, oh my gosh, Keo already back into mid, helping to get picks on priority. Wow. But even though FTWin is in a point where they have to regroup, they got their score all the way down to 27. That's a great lead.
Yeah, no, not a bad position to be in at all. However, losing that battle with Domo on the K-Machine, it might be a victory that rings hollow, however, as just as it reaches back to mid, FTWin and some subs are going to take the tower right back, trying to get control of this best of 5 set. And yeah, this Nautilus has not been taking any prisoners at all. Domo, however, has been quite effective, just kind of jumping out from behind that wall. Surprise, sucker, says Domo, and utilizing the bomb to the fullest effect. 3-2 on the map. That is going to be a double as Keo once again falls victim to Domo. And another one by Domo. Look at this run that this K-Machine is on. Is it the bucket that's the machine, or is it Domo? That's the real question here, Rissa.
That is a good question. Absolutely. Domo has been putting in tons of work with this Kensa machine, as priority is now in a position to start putting points on the board. And they do have one go down, though, as they are starting to push this. We're seeing Bagel here working with Keo and Bursty, doing a great job at regrouping there, working to stop the tower. And now there are 3 down on the side of priority as we go into the last 30 seconds of the match.
And this is just a testament to how good FTWin and some subs defense has been. Even with that run, even with that concentrated effort, even with Domo popping off on the K-Machine, they only surrendered 48 points. That is an impressive mark of consistency for FTWin and some subs. And as Stalk tries to get into position to try to challenge this ballpoint Splatling, eventually they're going to have to jump out and make their move, and they will not be able to do so, as that ballpoint, it is a concentrated stream of pain, and that is going to be 3-1 on the map. All they have to do is touch the tower, and that is going to be it. 2-1 in favor of FTWin and some subs.
That was definitely a great showing from FTWin and some subs, but also from priority. I mean, they got, points on the board. They were working really hard, especially Domo, definitely showing off in that top frag there. But FTWin, I feel like, did a great job at regrouping, making sure they played together, backing up when they needed to, and just doing a great job at working together.
Yeah, those 11 frags, not quite enough, as we saw the... and obviously, KAs aren't the end-all, be-all, but still, 23 combined splats from the top 2 on FTWin and some subs, definitely doing their part, and you kept seeing them at a disadvantage early on in the match, and that kind of wound up setting the pace of the map, didn't it, Rissa? Where it was always FTWin and some subs ahead on the count, always by these 4-3 or 3-2 margins. Occasionally that 4-2 where they were allowed to make that push and get it all the way up to just 27 points remaining. It was, if nothing else, a display of consistency from FTWin and some subs. And not every win can be a work of art, Rissa. Sometimes you have to win ugly. And FTWin and some subs, they're more than willing to do that.
Yeah, and I did want to note, too, that, this is a best of 5. So if priority is going to, have a chance at this is going to be their game. Clam Blitz on Skipper Pavilion. If priority wins this game, we will be going to a game 5. But if FTWin and some subs wins this game, this will be the set. So this is going to be a very, very important game for priority.
A decisive game for priority. They're trying to survive to make it back to Splat Zones on Humpback Pump Track. But before that, the squid in the back said everyone attack, and it turned into a loser's final Clam Blitz, as we are going to go to Skipper Pavilion for this game number 4. And yeah, there's a lot of space to work with. You have a whole wide area to cover with Ink. makes you wonder just how much range they're going to go with. And indeed, Domo switching back to the C-Jet. As we take a look at the rest of the compositions, yeah, that's Keo back on the Soda Slosher. So, yeah, watch your heads.
Yeah, Keo opting for the Soda Slosher for this round as opposed to the Crimson Machine that we saw in the last round. It looks like here there is going to be a fight for mid. Keo going to opt to jump back to make sure that he tries not to die from that Inkjet, which did work. That was a very smart play from Keo there. Now, though, there are 2 down on the side of priority. So it looks like, you know, FTWin does have the claim advantage. It looks like they might be starting to push through this bottom side. So right now it's really just kind of a fight between both of the teams here as we're going back and forth.
I don't think they're going to make the move just yet. Those, as soon as you said that, it became apparent that those are the only clams that they had. Now they are able to make their move, and they have 4 clams trying to pile in some more. As yeah, I think that's Biscuit, as we mentioned prior, on that ballpoint that was trying to do work. Please tell me I got that correct. That was.
I think so.
Yeah. Look, it's Biscuit and Bagel. All we know, high on carbs, high on kill power with those with the Nautilus and Ballpoint. However the case may be, certainly versatile enough to do work on both of those weapons, no matter who it is. And yeah, once again, that Ballpoint is going to be potentially decisive as the Ink Storm is going to come out. They're going to try to continue this push. They have 10 clams, but that's nothing compared to the 20. However, it is priority being forced to play defense. It's a 2v1. Is it going to miss on the throw? That is unfortunate. And all of a sudden, priority have an opening.
Yeah, it looks like FTWin was opting to start trying to push again, but priority did a good job there defensively, working to stop that push. Now both teams do have 10 clams on the board here, as 2 go down on the side of priority. So there is a lot of back and forth here. FTWin does currently have the lead of 77, but you know, with the way Flame Blitz is, this could easily change if priority is able to get a strong push in here, as Jordan opts to get a pick with that Inkjet. Jordan as well is going to get called out.
Opts to get the pick with the Inkjet. They made the conscious decision to do it. I actually kind of like that. But yeah, that's 32 points on the board right now for Keo and company. They're going to be 4-2 down, and they're going to try to make this push as soon as possible. Keo is going to rush back to the basket as quickly as they possibly can. There's 15 clams in the possession right now of priority, as they are going to try to make this happen. They need to do so in 2 consecutive games, Rissa, and this is a tough ask. However, Domo with the Stingray trying to prove that they are up to the task, trying to keep that clam alive. However, a push yet again. FTWin and some subs absolutely relentless in the pursuit of Domo.
They really were. They knew that Domo was in that. And now there's a complete wipe on priority. You know, FTWin here is making sure they take advantage of the situation that they can, as they have scored yet again and are throwing more clams in here. We're seeing Bursty working to make sure that he is keeping the basket open and waiting for their teammates to get clams here. So FTWin has gotten it all the way down to 13. It looks like it's just Bursty up, but this was a very strong push from FTWin as Bursty has safely jumped back.
87-0 as it stands as we approach the final minute of play. Rissa, that was just impressive stuff at the basket. You saw that they had the clams and were kind of just letting them in, leading them out. It seemed like it wasn't. They didn't come all at once. You just kind of saw it steadily, and until that complete team wipe happened, and that's exactly where the levy burst.
It really did, and now priority has finally thrown in a clam here and put some points on the board, but it's definitely not something that they might be able to follow through with, as 2 go down on the side of priority, and now the basket has closed for priority in the last 30 seconds. And it looks like FTWin here with Bursty. Bursty having this clam, FTWin is getting in a position to push yet again.
This is Stalk yet again, trying to do all the work that they possibly can at close range. It has been a tough ask to try to turf, especially when they've been on the back foot for most of this match, as has their teammates, trying to get possession of enough clams to make a power clam. In fact, they do, so we will be going to overtime. They're going to have to get cheeky if they want to make this thing happen. There is not many clams to be found. They have just thrown them all off of the map. It is going to be a tough ask to get back in as FTWin and some subs look to claim victory here. The barrier does actually burst, and they are getting as many clams in as possible. 3-2 on the map, and they are actually not done. Soft trying to survive here as they are not... oh my gosh, they actually are trying to keep this basket alive, and indeed they do. They're successful. This is coming down to the very wire. They're not done yet. It is not over till the fat lady sings. 3-2 on the map. Can they find more clams? They might not be able to. They have simply run out, and it was not without a fight. That priority went down, but indeed, that is how they go out of this tournament. FTWin and some subs, the early push was enough, and they move on to Grand Finals for a rematch against Sonder.
Wow, priority, that ending push, if they had more claims, I feel like, they could have had that, but FTWin, in the beginning of that push, we could see them grabbing, making clams, and just throwing them off the map, because they knew that if priority had clams, they could potentially get the lead. So that was very smart of FTWin to do for that.
Yeah, and that's the advanced strat, isn't it? If you have the lead, you have to control the clam economy, as it is affectionately known. So you got to make sure, clam inflation gets a little out of control. You got to start burning them stacks. So that's what they did. They chucked them off of the stage, make sure that they are non-priority, and that Inklings don't want to go in the water after them. That's just generally a bad idea as a whole. So yeah, that's how it ends. But credit where credit is due, Rissa. I did not think that it would be that close coming in towards the end. The only thing that seemed to stop them was the lack of clams on the board as a whole.
Yeah, I agree, because they were there, they were positioned very well, priority was, and they were continuing to get picks on FTWin as FTWin was respawning. So priority definitely was in a great position there at the end, but it was just the lack of clams that I think held them back there.
I believe you're right, leaving it just a little late. They do go out in third place, but priority, oh, how valiant they were, even in defeat, showing a little bit of spark in their game. It makes you wonder just how bright that flame will burn once that spark ignites. So we are going to Grand Finals, folks. Once again, you are watching twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon for continuing coverage here at Swim or Sink the 8th. Alongside Rissa, I am Stu, the announcer. It's been Inkfarer on production this entire night, and it is a barn burner of a grand final. You were talking about just how anticipated this was in your mind, Rissa. This winners final turned grand final now, as FTWin and some subs fight their way out of loser's side, but it wound up being 3-1 in favor of Sonder in winner's side. I mean, what is it that FTWin and some subs are going to try to do differently to try to reverse their fortunes?
I'm actually wondering too, because if Sonder went 3-1 over FTWin and some subs already, what can FTWin and some subs do here to counter that synergy and the positioning that Sonder had to offer in that first set? And you are right too. I said this is the matchup that I wanted to see, and now I'm getting to see it twice. So this is very exciting. And since it is grand finals, this is going to be a best of 7, and the first map and mode we'll be going into is Tower Control on the Reef.
Yeah, it is going to be a treat for all of us to enjoy. And this best of 7, it's one thing to take 3 wins. Well, now it's your turn to try to take 4 as we make sure that all the players are ready to go. Once again, this is something that we've been seeing quite some time. Henlo, Caden, Josh, and Synapse kind of gelling together at the right time. And Caden, who's been really on the come up on the front line, could be as influential as really any other player that we have seen thus far. Had a relatively, I wouldn't say anonymous I wouldn't say an anonymous winners final, but we saw Josh pop off on the backline so much. Makes you wonder just how big a factor this kid's going to be.
Yeah, Caden, I believe is, technically the newest member of Sonder, and Caden is such a strong frontliner, and we definitely got to see that in that first set between these two teams that we saw, paired with Synapse, Henlo, and Josh. I think this team has been working really hard together, and it's definitely showing through.
There's going to be a lot of open map to take control of, and Caden going to try to utilize those suction bombs, you would imagine, underneath the bridge and elsewhere to try to get some sneaky kills on that K-shot that we have come to know him for. But that is all theory. Everyone has a plan till they get punched in the mouth. These two teams are going to come out swinging. It's Sonder, and it's FTWin and some subs. Kids and squids alike, welcome to Grand Finals here at Swimmer Sync 8th as we take a look at the compositions.
Looking at the comps here, it looks like FTWin and some subs is opting to stick to that same comp that we've been seeing them playing. But on the side of Sonder, I want to note that Josh is opting for that Whiffer. So definitely interesting pick for tower control as we see Sonder get 3 down on the side of FTWin. Sonder going to go ahead and start riding the tower, getting points on the board, and pushing up as well with this double inkjet from Caden and Josh.
And Sonder, perhaps not the odds-on favorites, but definitely the crowd favorites. Josh is going to overextend just a little bit and run straight into one of the fiercest Nautiluses in all of North America in the form of, I believe we determined it was Biscuit on the Nautilus. Is that correct? We are going to...
Bagel on the Nautilus.
Bagel on the Nautilus. I mean, the thing is that Biscuit and Bagel, when you're talking about Nautilus players, that is an excess of riches, to say the very least. It's easy to say that. However, Henlo, right now, is controlling the tower and has risen it all the way up to 80 points. As Caden gets a splat on Keo, they're going to get it right back and try to pass this checkpoint. However, they are being pressured heavily. They get the splat on the Nautilus, and it's 4-2 on the map. They're going to pass the checkpoint. How quick are they trying to make this? Oh my gosh! They have it up to 99. All they need to do is touch the point, and they do. Caden comes right back, and Sonder says, hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought we were finished? Sonder goes up 1-0, and they do have to take 3 more games off of FTWin and some subs, but what a message to send to kick this off.
I seriously have the biggest smile on my face right now. That was such a strong push for Sonder. I mean, they did a great job at together balancing the tower. It wasn't just one person balancing the tower. They did a great job at pairing their specials up together, making sure they called out anyone from FTWin that they saw, and they handled that all the way from 100 to 0, not even letting FTWin and some subs get any points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that was a shot in the mouth for FTWin and some subs. They're going to have to shake that off. And immediately, we are seeing it on our screen. They came right back in and saying, no, that's not how this is going to go down. We have our composition ready, and you better be ready to jump right back in. So Splat Zones on Inkblot Art Academy. I can only imagine Josh going to go right back to that charger, it would seem. They seem to be doing pretty well on the scoped weapons this entire night. They've been hitting shots pretty consistently. It makes you wonder how FTWin and some subs, as a countermeasure, are going to be utilizing that tower in the middle.
Yeah, that is a good point. I'm sure, from what we've seen from Josh will probably, I'm guessing, pick the splatter scope with the burst bomb rush. But we're going to have to see here as the teams start to come out here. If Josh can get positioned on that middle tower like you were talking about, that could be a very, very deadly spot for FTWin and some subs to be against.
And it makes you wonder, Sonder has been more than willing to make themselves a presence in the spawn of their opposition. And as Caden is going to switch over to the NZAP, that may well be the case. They're trying to keep that line high and carry themselves with a little bit of scope play here by Josh, who has the lower ground, not optimal position. But here we are on top of the tower, and they have... Oh, yeah, no, that was a smart move. Super jump out of there as the ticker ticks down past 20 points. Nothing insurmountable yet, but yeah, if you're FT winning some subs, you want to jump on these guys like a pack of wolves.
Yeah, right away, 2 went down on the side of FTWin. Josh positioned on that middle tower, just like we were mentioning. And now the zone is half and half right now, but Sonder still has control. FTWin trying to work to get their specials paired up to work to get the zone, and they finally do. Now, though, there are 3 down on the side of Sonder. This is finally a great position for FTWin and some subs to be in as they continue to add pressure onto Sonder as they respawn.
Yeah, Henlo on the K machine trying to hold them off as much as possible. That Fizzy Bomb might find its mark, but Splashdown going to give themselves just a little bit of space trying to work in down below, but they fall victim to a bomb. And no, excuse me, that was just a shot to the ballpoint Splatly Nouveau. That's just how good they are on that ballpoint. They're going to tick it down, are not able to have a penalty assessed upon them. And yeah, when you find that ballpoint being in your sights, that is going to be a tough ask for any player in North America, much less Henlo or Synapse.
Yeah, we're seeing Synapse here being very careful, making sure they don't get in a position for that ballpoint to call them out, and that has definitely helped them Sonder get the zone back. Synapse, they're getting a great pick there on Bursty, and now, you know, it's back in Sonder's favor. They have the zone, but they don't have the lead. They're going to have to break through their penalty and make sure they keep control of the zone here in order to get the lead on their side, as there are now 2 down on the side of FTWin.
Yeah, that ballpoint again having just a little bit of trouble getting in. They have the penalty. Expire as they're counting down the ticker. They're going to go below 75 points, but just barely not able to retake the lead. And it looks like they're not going to be able to retake the zone, as they do get down to 78 points remaining, but they have still not matched 83 that that FTWin and some subs have accumulated. And once again, they are cutting down into their penalty. FTWin and some subs could be looking for the statement knockout as we reach towards the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, FTWin and some subs definitely in a great position right now. We're seeing Biscuit here on the ballpoint working to add pressure. And, you know, right now Sonder is pushed back pretty far. Finally, it looks like they're able to get some ink on the map here and gonna pop this Booyah Bomb, this Bomb Rush from Josh, and try and get the zone back. They know this is the last 10 points that FTWin has, and they're trying so hard to get the zone back. Josh getting that great pick, but, you know, there's 3 down on the side of Sonder. It looks like they weren't quite able to recap the zone, and FTWin is gonna go ahead and take this match.
You know, you think that you're slick, you think that you're going to get a splat off of the bomb rush, and then you do, but then Kyo comes up and says, "Look at me, I'm the captain now," and goes ahead and takes over the entire situation. That was a key splat there to make sure that the zone was maintained. Yeah, you saw how much work that ballpoint was doing, 8 splats on the map, and it is tied up at 1 apiece. That is the sort of statement that you want to send. Maybe it was an ugly win for FTWin and some subs, but still that individual prowess able to carry them through. And as we go to Clan Blitz on Piranha Pit, it's a very long map to have to deal with. Obviously, you're dealing with the conveyors, and you're going to be looking for people like that Slosher, potentially K machines, to be jumping off of that, those ramps down towards the middle. Rissa, it's going to be a tough ask to think that Sonder is going to be able to handle every single thing that FTWin and some subs have coming at them. So it really comes down to getting those early splats and making sure that the numbers game doesn't really allot FTWin and some subs a whole lot of opportunity for pushes in.
Yeah, Sonder definitely has to watch and make sure that they have the numbers advantage if they want to make their pushes work, because FTWin and their subs. One thing I noticed about the way FTWin and some subs plays is, you know, even though they may have one person down, they do a great job at making sure their teammates can jump back in and be right back in the fight right away. So that's definitely something that Sonder's going to have to watch out for.
It is time to open up this pit. Clan Blitz on Piranha Pit. We are drawn up at 1 apiece. Synapse back on that K52 that has proven to be so deadly throughout this entire tournament. They're going to be supported by a scope, a K-Pro, and the NZAP. I kind of like that composition. Yeah, you want to have that numbers advantage. A bunch of ink armor helps, and yeah, that's usually how you want to do it. And oh my gosh, 4-1 on the map. This is going to be a huge push coming in. If they can find the Clam Blitz, the ink armor is going to be popped, and they are going in for the jugular, starting right off past the 50-point mark potentially. And wow, that is how you start. You found the marks, and what did I tell you about the numbers game? I didn't think it would be that prevalent that early, Rissa, but here we are. Guess we didn't know just what they were capable of. What a shot!
Wow, Josh, continuing to pressure there, getting a nice pick there. And now there are 2 down on the side of Sonder here as Bursty working to paint, get armor ready here for a push. Bursty now holding the clam, making sure they are painting the map up for their teammates as they need to come back and match Sonder's, 50-point push that they got in the first minute of the game.
Yeah, this is Bursty in a 2v1 situation, does get one on Synapse, but they are going to be fully wiped in FTWin and some subs. The patience pays off, and they're going to have this push in. The barrier breakage and 10 clams to follow up as they get 60, and another power clam just drives on in, and the dunk is going to pay huge dividends for FTWin and some subs. Just some positional shenanigans, getting Sonder caught off guard, and 3 consecutive power clams give FTWin and some subs the lead.
Yes, FTWin and some subs now have the lead of 10 points, and Sonder here looking to get in a good position here to push back. Looks like FTWin has counter-armored. They are going to make sure that they try and play this defensively, though Caden helping and calling out that pick on Keo. Now Sonder has popped a Booyah Bomb. Caden starting to push up. We're seeing clams being tossed back and forth, and another pick on Keo there, but now 2 are down on the side of Sonder here, so it looks like this might be the end of their push.
Yeah, as Bursty is going to get that splat upon the DPS, and that's going to be, yeah, as you mentioned, that was the end of that was the end of the push, but never count out Synapse, and as they are trying to drive in, good defense there, but they are going to eventually fall victim to the Nautilus of Bagel, though it is unfortunate that, for them anyway, that the power clam had just dissolved into smithereens. They do have 18 clams. I do not see a power clam quite yet on their side, so if they want to make something constructive, maybe just utilize that excess of clams and just give it to one dude, as Keo is going to try to maintain midfield.
Yeah, it looks like Biscuit has gone down here as FTWin has control of the map here. Keo gonna do a smart move there by jumping back, making sure he gets regrouped with his teammates. And, we're seeing both teams here starting to work to get their specials as Keo helps with this burst bomb rush to get a pick on Synapse. We're seeing, specials come back and forth. Clams, are going back and forth here. There's a lot of fight here for mid as Sonder knows they need to get clamps if they want to get the lead.
And Josh going to be looking to continue their great run of form here on the scope. They're going to be pushed back ever so slightly with that double splat bomb action going up towards the opposition ramp. Trying to get a shot in on the high ground, and no splats coming in yet, but actually we see Keo going down, and it's still traded off with Synapse. It's 3-3 on the map right now, as the clam advantage is going to fall well in favor of Sonder, but they simply do not have the means to take advantage of it right now. They do have a power clam, but the line is just too far back for them to take advantage of it as it stands.
Yeah, the map control, is mostly in FTWin's control, but there is one down on the side of FTWin. So if Sonder can make this push work, they might be able to score their clams in. But 2 go down on the side of Sonder, 3 go down. Looks like it's just Josh here with this power clam. And Keo is going to go ahead and chase Josh down and make sure that there is no chance that they can score their clam and get their push in, as now FTWin and some subs has 23 clams, and they are already here on Sonder's side, adding pressure, trying to push in again.
And here they go. Oh, you really thought you had the play in mind, but when Keo smells blood in the water, they are absolutely merciless, pushing the line all the way back to their basket, and that is going to be all she wrote. A good victory there for FTWin and some subs. Those that 60-50 final score tells the entire story. Those 3 consecutive power clams being everything that you needed, and that team wipe proving to be decisive. 16 splats for Bursty, but that seems to be rather academic compared to that one push and just how effectively you FTWin some subs. We've seen them do this time and time again, Rissa. Divide and conquer. Find the 2v1s, get them into weird positions where they don't know how to work themselves out of it. Utilize the map to your advantage, and from there, you just pick them apart.
Yeah, and one thing I want to note too is we've seen this, especially that last match. We see that FTWin has these super smart jump backs where they don't jump. Someone might be in a bad position. They don't jump back to spawn to reposition. They'll just jump back, maybe to a teammate or maybe to a beacon. And they will be that much closer to helping their teammates in team fights as opposed to jumping all the way back to spawn. So that's something I feel like this set in particular, we're seeing a lot from them.
So it seems, and yeah, they are getting right back into the action pretty quickly. They are prioritizing having numbers on the map, and when you're talking about a team like Sonder, who has shown many times already, just tonight alone, that they are more than capable of getting it done with sheer brute force, that seems to be the necessity. So we're going to make it rain on Anchovy Games yet again. It's going to be Henlo back onto the K Machine. And Furnaps, we have seen them break out the Sploosh 7 prior to this. And yeah, they are going to try to get most of their kills with the Splat Bomb and certainly try to pave a path with that Ultra Stamp. It's we'll see how that winds up working out. I just don't think that and maybe charging up the Ultra Stamp might be the play here. Maybe not enough kill power on that weapon, as we see the initial advantage being taken by FTWin and some subs, excuse me, as they're going to push forward and get 39 points on the board as their opening gambit.
Yeah, Bursty, they're grabbing the Rainmaker, pushing the Rainmaker down to 61, and now they have popped the Rainmaker, grabbed it yet again, and are have pushed it all the way down to 23. Josh here with that splatter scope, able to get a good pick on the Rainmaker and stop that push. But now there are 2 down on the side of FTWin and some subs. Looks like Sonder doing a great job at calling out the remaining members. And FTWin is going back to mid, regrouping, and getting in a position as the Rainmaker is going to go ahead and reset here.
Josh is going to potentially try to utilize that awkward angle for the... before they can even use the Ultra Stamp, Ken Synapse, they're going to get called out right on the side, and that was a good super jump out. You have done your job, and now all you need to do is just kind of hold on and wait for the jump back in. If you are, that looked like Keo, and the squid bag's coming out. Talk to him, kid.
Oh my gosh, classic FTWin stuff there.
Gotta love it. You know what? If you're from North America, if you're going to be the representatives of North America, as they have been so many times, you better be able to talk that mess. I will have none of it. As a resident of the tri-state Smash scene, you better be able to make some noise in more ways than one. So I definitely approve of the shenanigans that FTWin have shown that they are capable of doing. And now as we get towards the halfway point here, Inkstorm comes online. They're going to try to take the back door here with the Rainmaker. And this is an angle that is not traditionally known for being the smartest move, but whatever. If you have the resources, you might as well go for it, right?
Yeah, definitely, especially since FTWin knows that they have the lead. Once the Rainmaker's over here on this right side, this is kind of an awkward position for Sonder to have the Rainmaker in. Though Sonder is going to go ahead and grab the Rainmaker and start pushing it, as they know there are 3 down on the side of FTWin and some subs. And now Kaden here is the one holding the Rainmaker, waiting for their teammates, hoping for some picks to happen here before they can start pushing up and getting more points on the board with the Rainmaker.
They're in a decent position to get this kill, and I believe that they did. That's going to be the ball point going down. Biscuit going to fall victim to that 2v1 situation, and now is the barrier burst yet again. This is an ample opportunity here. Only 44 points, 32 points on the board right now for Sonder, as Henlo is going to grab the Rainmaker. They're going to get a splat on Bert, and they're still alive here. gonna try to continue this push, and this is a good situation to be in. You're swimming up, trying to take the lead, and they do not do it just by the thinnest of margins. 8 points separating them from potential glory, and Bert is going to fall off the map and missing the piston. That could well have been by design, but it sure looked funny, didn't it?
It sure did, but now the Rainmaker is in a position where it has reset, so Sonder has so much mid control here. And now if Sonder can start getting some picks on the side of FTWin as they get a pick on Keo, they're going to go ahead and grab the Rainmaker and start trying to push it yet again. We're seeing Synapse here having this hammer ready, waiting for the perfect moment to use it as they are working to push the Rainmaker and get the lead.
And it makes you wonder, I mean, that was a lot of success that they were able to accrue, even if it was not quite enough. The question is now, can you do it again? You are shorthanded right now. 4-2 on the map. Henlo is going to try to take care of the trouble up top. And in terms of that ballpoint Splatling, however, they are able to attain it, and they might just be holding on to their position as the Rainmaker is going to get reset. Biscuit on that ballpoint has been a thorn in the side of Synapse, and certainly Caden is going to try to do as much work as they can, paving the way. No, they're going to grab the Rainmaker, realizing perhaps they did not have as much time as they needed. I'm not sure about that call, Rissa.
Yeah, we saw Caden pop their armor. They knew that they had 4 seconds left, and, they rushed through that fan area. Unfortunately, though, we're called out by FTWin there, and this game is going to go ahead and go to FTWin.
Yep, and that is 77-69, the final score. A nice win for FTWin and some subs who are going to go up 3-1, one game away from the reset. That's going to be Keo and Bagel doing some work, combining for 21 splats, and that is, that was pretty definitive right there. We saw Sonder again willing to fight back at the very least, but simply not enough on that final push. The defense of FTWin and some subs holding out at the very end.
I did want to note too that since this is a best of 7, if FTWin can win this next game on Splatzone's Black Belly Skate Park, they will win the entire tournament today. So if Sonder's going to come back from this, they know that they need to give it their all here, and this is going to be the game where they can try and come back from this.
Wait, this is FTWin and some subs are coming out of loser side, are they not?
Oh, yeah, you're right. So then if FTWin and some subs wins this game, that will be a bracket reset, and we'll see these teams start a new set together, and that'll be a bracket reset.
And the thing is that I don't think that you should feel quite as silly saying that, though, Rissa, because it just goes to show the mentality that we kind of think of. We're so not used to FTWin some subs being the underdog in a situation. We're not used to seeing them come out of loser's side. It seems so natural to think of them having the advantage coming in to winners final, or really grand finals. And that's because we saw Sonder so thoroughly take care of business in winners finals that even after seeing that happen, it seems so long ago now, because we're seeing FTWin turn it up a notch. We're seeing them play at another level, and now we have to see Synapse try to match it. Because even though, yes, we did see Josh pop off on the Chargers as we take a look at the composition, even though we did see Synapse kind of leading the way with some very good support play with the splash wall, but indeed great kills with that K52, they have not been able to match what FTWin and some subs have been able to bring in these grand finals. And we're so used to seeing FTWin and some subs play so dominantly in the first place that it does kind of feel like they're the ones that are about to win this thing.
Yeah, I haven't commentated a bracket reset myself, so this is totally something new to me, even though I know it's a thing, right? So this is definitely something that could be.
It doesn't feel right about it. Yeah, it's something to be said about that. It was myself and Popgun that I believe commentated it last week, where they were against Starburst in not last week, 2 weeks ago, excuse me, in Swimmer 6-7. FTWin and some subs taking on Starburst and had to fight out a loser's bracket that time, so perhaps I'm a bit more used to it, but nevertheless, they're going to have the advantage here, sitting at trying to get rid of the penalty with 33 points on the board, and indeed they do, accruing even more points, and before Sonder is able to even challenge that one zone. These split zone maps are always interesting. It does let you rely on a little bit of teamwork for sure, but you are divided so naturally by the course itself that it makes the entire proposition painful.
It really does. You have to make sure that you're making those call-outs to make sure both zones are painted. And we're seeing exactly that happen here as Sonder has one zone, but FTWin and some subs has the other zone. Finally, Sonder able to get control of both of the zones here, and Josh able to get 2 picks in that retake. Now there are 3 down on the side of FTWin and some subs. Sonder doing a great job at calling out where Keo is and getting that pick on Keo. Now that Josh... Oh, go ahead.
You thought you could run from Josh. Keo really thought that they had the play in mind, didn't they? They thought they could just kind of roll in and try to, skedaddle their way after they couldn't take zone. No, Josh is going to find you, and they will make you pay. Caden trying to jump back in, but Keo trying to jump back in. Caden makes them pay, and they are going to continue to extend their lead all the way past 65 points now and counting, as Caden has been domineering the zones, Rissa.
Yeah, and now that Josh has been on this mid tower for so long and FTWin and some subs hasn't been able to get him off of this mid tower, that was such a crucial part of that, because we saw all those splats Josh was able to get being safely positioned on that middle tower. So that is definitely a part of the teamwork and synergy that Sonder has, and that helped them get the lead all the way down to 12. Now FTWin in control of the zones here, working to put that pressure back onto Sonder as 3 go down on the side of Sonder. Looks like it's just
Hello!
But Hello able to answer back to that and get 2 picks on FTWin.
Now the priority has to be on inking the zone because you are losing ground as you speak. Synapse is going to try to put in the work and gets one on the Nautilus there. No yips and or buts from Synapse as they are trying to dominate the zone. However, FTWin and some subs trying to count this down. They have no penalty with which to work. They're within 6 and 5 and counting. They may be taking the lead, and indeed they do. And even though Sonder had a very strong showing there, FTWin and some subs stay in the course, getting the knockout victory on that split zone in Black Belly Skate Park. And we have a whole new ball game with FTWin and some subs forcing the reset.
Like I said, this is my first bracket reset that I've got to commentate. So, wow, Sonder, I felt like as soon as they had Josh up there on that mid tower, and got it all the way down to 12, that they might be able to take this. This could be the game for them. But FTWin and some subs did a great job at pushing back in and then keeping the pressure up and making sure Sonder couldn't get back in.
That was dominant, man. FTWin and some subs. They are, and that's the thing, man, is that Sonder is challenging them at every turn. The scoreboard is definitely lying to you, folks. That 4-1 victory was not nearly as decisive as such a scoreline would lead you to believe. And we saw with our own eyes, Rissa, there was not a single game where Sonder did not find themselves in it, but it was FTWin and some subs maintaining that quality, just kind of bleeding them dry all throughout. And as we go to this reset, tower control on Starfish main stage, I mean, Sonder needs to find another gear here because they are not out of it. They're not playing like they have quit on this set by any stretch of the imagination. But what is it that they need to get themselves over the top and overcome FTWin?
That's a really good question. I mean, like you said, the scoreboard 4-1 really doesn't, say how close these games have been. All the work that Sonder has been putting in these games. We've seen it firsthand here together, and everyone on stream has seen it. So I feel like FTWin, maybe has gotten, and some subs has gotten to a point where they were able to adapt to what Sonder is doing. So Sonder's going to have to make sure they watch that and make sure that they work together. I think that they could do it, but we're going to have to see what happens here.
Yeah, and it's going to be such a tall order for a team like Sonder, who again has shown such consistent quality and really great individual play all in all. But right now, it's going to be this individual play. These 4 players are running into a wall in the form of this one team that we didn't really see the cohesiveness that FTWin is displaying thus far, and that just shows how good you can be at this game. So thus far in matches between these two, it has been FTWin winning 5 throughout the course of this night, and Sonder winning 4. It's going to be Sonder trying to tie it up for the night series at the very least, but trying to go up 1-0 in this grand finals reset. So we take a look at the compositions. Keo back on the Tri-Slosher. This could mean trouble. Oh my gosh, and indeed already it does for FTWin some subs as oh, wait a second. Never mind, Josh is the only one alive. Never mind that. Even when they're doing good, they still find a way to come out on the wrong end of things in the numbers game. FTWin some subs. That's how they lull you to sleep, it seems, Ursa.
That's a good quote there, definitely. Both teams, though, I mean, these trades, are happening in a blink of an eye. Both teams are getting these picks that they need, but also it's happening on the other side. So, as we saw, the tower here pushed up a little bit on FTWin's side. Sonder has done a great job at retaking mid here. There are 2 down now on the side of FTWin and some subs. And now it looks like Sonder's ready to give it back to FTWin here, as they are now pushing the tower up to the first checkpoint.
And holding this checkpoint here is going to be a priority. And Josh, with that Inkjet in mind, utilizing the fresh Swiffer, maybe sacrificing a little bit of range, but you do have a little bit of utility in movement in case you have to hop off the tower. Switching off and maintaining points is going to be key here as they do try to extend their lead. 56, make that 57 points on the board for them as it stands, but that is where they are going to be stalled out as Bursty is going to help maintain the line up top. But the Inkjets, Bursty is going to turn from the hunter to the hunted. They are able to avoid the kill, however, and gets an assist in a whole team wipe as FTWin some subs again hold the line, not before sacrificing 64 points worth of progress.
Yeah, even though there were like 2 down on the side of Sonder there, they did a good job at keeping to juggle the tower to make sure they could push it all the way down till they got completely wiped. So that was really strong points from Sonder there. Now FTWin pushing back up. They are now trying to work their way past this first checkpoint, but now there is 1 down on the side of Sonder as FTWin tries to get in a position to take advantage of that.
They are trying to take advantage of it. I mean, it's that checkpoint is so close. They can taste it. They just need to get back onto the point. And indeed, what a pick to get there. They are going to sacrifice their life for it, but that is a bargain that they are willing to make. And it is 1-1 on the map. They're just a little bit closer to their spawn. 76 points have been accumulated by FTWin and some subs, and they are going to come away from that push with the lead. So job well done by FTWin and some subs. And again, Henlo find themselves, Henlo and company, that's one way of putting it, I suppose. But Sonder find themselves on the back foot here, Rissa.
They do, and they are trying, you can tell, trying to get in positions to get specials ready. Henlo pops that defensive armor, but FTWin, they regrouped in mid, and now they're back ready to push all this aggression back onto Sonder. As Synapse gets 1 pick on Bagel there, FTWin and some subs is still on the tower, pushing it all the way down to 17. So Synapse here putting in work, trying to make sure they figure out where everyone is. But this beacon here, that's a smart beacon, because that beacon is probably getting a lot of jumps for FTWin and some subs.
And now Caden is helping to find these 2v1s as they're trying to do that. Oh, that's it, Keo. That is what I'm talking about. You know the dude's streaming. You know the dude's having a good time. And he's putting on a show for the people as we are getting down to 1 minute remaining. 83-64 is the score on the board right now. And as that ball point yet again from Biscuit has been putting in work all night. Their influence on this map, it cannot be understated, Rissa.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely not something to understate. And FTWin and some subs has now pushed up. We're seeing Bagel here on this Inkjet, adding to that pushing up, adding to that aggression, and they are making it very difficult for Sonder to be able to push back in the last 10 seconds here as FTWin is in control of the tower. One goes down on the side of Sonder, and it's looking very difficult for Sonder to even be able to push back in, and FTWin is going to go ahead and take game 1 of this bracket reset.
I mean, look how high that line was, Rissa. There was really no place for Sonder to go to, no real ins on the objective. And even though they didn't have a bad game individually, Synapse leading with 12 splats, still, that's when you combine that with the effort that they were able to put in, always finding themselves at a disadvantage in terms of numbers on the map. More often than not, finding themselves down 4-1, enabling that quick little push, those progressive little pushes from FTWin and some subs, and eventually they lost the lead with I think about 2 minutes remaining, and that's when FTWin and some subs really started to put on the sleeper hold, making sure that Sonder could not find their ways in, their turfing weapons neutralized to the point where you're having to you're forcing them to make plays with slaying as opposed to like actually inking, which is what you do when you neutralize Henlo. And yeah, FTWin and some subs right now, they're looking pretty darn good.
They are. It feels like they have Sonder, locked down. They have figured out the way Sonder is playing. That's what it seems like to me. And Sonder, I really want that. I'm rooting for Sonder here, but I also love FTWin. So I love both these teams. Love this matchup. As we see Sonder here take control of the zone first here. Both teams have armored up, and now there is a fight in mid between both teams.
And this is what it's going to come down to. The fur is flying here at Macomart. That is going to be tough to clean off of the floor. Have you ever tried to use those grocery store mops on just matted fur? It's not a fun time. As Furnaps is going to try to make even more fly here with that Booyah Bomb, utilizing that splash wall, giving themselves a little bit more protection and try to maintain that 42-point lead that they have. It is ever tenuous when FTWin is the opposition in question. And this is Bagel looking to make sure of such a fact remaining true as they are down below the 30-point threshold.
They are, and they are very close to taking the lead here as Sonder is going to go ahead and try and pop some specials to try and get in a position to push back in. But 3 are down now on the side of Sonder as they were working on getting that push off. So FTWin has eyes on everyone. You can tell they're calling out exactly where everyone is coming out from on the side of Sonder, making sure they work together to get these picks. Now there's 3 up on both sides here as Sonder yet again is trying to pop specials to get back into the zone.
Caden trying to do everything that they possibly can, but they might be isolated, perhaps an overextension. You got to do everything that you can, but there is no escape. FTWin are inevitable as they take it 2-0, a decisive knockout victory. They got a hold of the zone, and they did not let it go.
They really didn't. That happened very, very fast. And that Splat Zones ticker just immediately counted down there for FTWin and some subs. So I feel like FTWin, they were calling out exactly where they saw people coming out from spawn. They teamed up on those people. They made sure that they were working together very well to do so.
And as quickly as that match went by, that was more than enough time for Bert to accumulate 4 ink armors, making it even harder for Sonder to accumulate points or really even take back the zone much at all. We saw that numbers advantage coming out, and once you give FTWin a little bit more space with the line, I mean, you have to fight for every single inch that you have, much less when you're talking about matters of feet or meters, whatever the case may be, wherever you are in the world. It's they're going to make it extremely hard on you with how well they dominate space, how much they utilize the negative space, and realizing that the onus is on you to take the space away from them as opposed to them imposing your will and pushing the line back further and further to the point where you can't really get to the zone much at all.
Yeah, they really do. They control the area. They make sure that they don't let the other team get in a position to be able to push back in. I mean, we saw Sonder there try and get multiple pushes off, even with their specials. They were trying to get special pushes off, but FTWin had an answer for everything.
The Shoguns of Splatoon, FTWin, and some subs have been domineering throughout the course of this tournament, and even though they did find themselves in a bit of a mix-up in winners final against Sonder, now they're trying to prove to Sonder, no, that win was a fluke, and you are going to listen to us because we're the proven champions, and now you have to truly take the crown from us, and you're going to have to do that by winning more than just one best of 5. Now it's a best of 7. This is our territory. We've been here before, and now this is your first time dancing, so it's time to strap on your shoes and get to tapping as we are going blitzing at the reef.
Yeah, Clam Blitz on the reef here. We're seeing on the side of FTWin and some subs, Kyo switching back to that Kensa machine for this map and mode. And then on the side of Sonder, we're seeing that double Booyah Bomb comp come back with that Kensa Pro and that Kensa 52. Immediately here, we see 2 go down on the side of FTWin and some subs. And as Sonder has controlled this middle bridge and tries to get in a position to get more picks as Synapse helps get that pick, helps get a second pick, and now you can see Sonder here trying to work to make a power clam and get a push in.
And the double Booyah Bomb, they're going to mix it up just a little bit, trying to take on those snipes. However, that was FTWin and some subs holding back the numbers and making sure that they were able to avoid the bombs. Did not have a single individual fall to those, if I'm not mistaken. And now it's once again that ballpoint splatling of Biscuit that has dominated so much of the proceedings in the back line, and they have just been able to track down pretty much all their prey, and certainly Bagel on the Nautilus providing a little bit of assistance, a little bit of mobility, and we've seen just how well they can do on other weapons, certainly with that Nautilus, that double Nautilus tandem alongside Biscuit, or when the situation called for it, the mini Splatling, but they are well at home in the Nautilus in this composition.
Yeah, Bagel is doing a great job at rocking this Nautilus. Though, right as we're talking about him, Josh gets a great pick on Bagel here. And now Josh making sure that he tries to work on getting Kyo here. Their teammate is going to go ahead and help them out as Kyo was on that flank there. Now...
I believe that was Caden.
Oh. Okay.
Was it actually with the K-Pro?
I'm not sure.
Well, either way, it is what we are sure of is that there is a barrier breakage, and they were able to scoop in 3 clams, so that's going to be a 29-point lead. Right now, it is a tenuous one at best, Rissa, but still, when you are down 2-0 in a set, any sort of morale boost is something that you have to cling on to. You don't get to choose the kind of momentum you get.
Yeah, right now, a lot of map control is in the favor of FTWin, but Caden here popping this Booyah Bomb, making sure that they aid to getting map control back on the side of Sonder here. Looks like, FTWin is working to get control of this bridge. We're seeing Biscuit here getting control of the bridge with this ballpoint. And now FTWin is going to go ahead and score this clam. Let's see if they can get in a position to get any other clams in. As we see Bursty here following up behind, going to go ahead and score another power clam. And that's going to make the lead on the side of FTWin and some subs.
They were counting it down ever so slowly, and then in came the power clam, and they're not done getting it past the 50-point threshold, and indeed having it all the way down to 64. And now as Henlo is going to fall victim to that ballpoint yet again, they could be trying to throw in even more, and indeed they are successful, extending it ever so slightly. 70 points now on the board compared to the 29 of Sonder, and this is what they do. They wait for their opportunity, and when they strike, my gosh, Marissa, they hit like trucks.
They really do. FTWin here now in the last minute has a very strong lead for themselves, and they have so much map control as Sonder is working to get map control back in their favor. 3 are down on the side of FTWin here as Sonder has 11 clams. It looks like they're going to go ahead and score the power clam that they had, and score in the remaining clams that they had, but they need to get more clams in if they want to get the lead.
But they were chased down so efficiently. FTWin and some subs, they got right back on their horses and they knew how to execute. And now as they are fighting back, this is Keo on the slosher. They are going to eventually fall victim to a 2v1. They had the advantage on the higher ground, did Sonder, and now Caden is going to look to take some heads on the K-Pro. This could very well come down to how efficiently they are able to get these picks. It might just come down to Caden's efficiency on the Splattershot Pro as they are looking for a victim with the Booyah Bomb. They find none. They make up for it on the bridge there, but it is eventually going to be a Biscuit on that ballpoint. How efficient they have been, and all of that play has been facilitated through them. They're going to try to find another barrier breakage, and they're just sitting there waiting for their victims as we are counting down to the last 10 seconds. 20 power clams on the field, and they are going to be more than happy with ending this with a barrier breakage as we go into overtime, and this could be the coup de grace administered by Keo, and indeed it is. A 3-0 victory for FTWin and some subs. It's looking like the Kings are back, Rissa.
It really is. That was such an interesting ending too. FTWin had, multiple power clams, and they were almost using those multiple power clams as distractions, and Sonder had to make sure they were watching all of those power clams, but FTWin waited till that overtime to get in a position to just score and end the game. That was really smart.
And I guess it's always helpful to make sure, but at the same time, when you're waiting that long and you're leaving it that late and really kind of letting it go into overtime, it seems almost cruel. It seems almost calculated, Rissa. The way that they are toying with Sonder now, where it's like, hey, we already got the reset on you. You came pretty close in a lot of those games, and you're still trying to fight out. Well, let's see you fight out from this. We'll let you think that you have a chance in overtime, and then we throw in one of our 2 power clams, and you can do nothing about it except watch. I mean, it's almost sadistic the way that FTWin and some subs are winning these games now.
Yeah, and since they had so many power clams, they were making sure that they were keeping clams from Sonder there. So that was such a difficult position for Sonder to be in. Though we are going into game 4 here. If Sonder can win this, maybe they can pull off a reverse sweep here. We're going to have to see what happens as we go into Game 4, Rainmaker on Manta Maria.
We have seen things almost that absurd. I actually think back to the very first swim or sink that we had. It was, I believe, Starburst versus Backpink. And Starburst were... I believe it was Backpink that was up 3-0, but Starburst wound up winning 3 straight games in the reset that wound up taking it to a Game 7. I do believe that Backpink wound up winning the whole thing, but man, it was not without a fight, and Caden goes down to that bomb as Keo, again, proving to be the dominant force here in the close-up game. That Booyah Bomb is going to be thrown in, and as we are trying to make this Rainmaker push happen, or at least our Sonder trying to get in up close and personal is an easier proposition than it is done. 4-2 on the map, however. There is hope yet, but they need to take care of that higher ground. They do indeed. 54 points on the board now. This push isn't over, Rissa.
This isn't over. I love that Sonder waited to push the Rainmaker there at the ending, down that drop, till Josh had their Stingray ready. I love that play because that got them their points all the way down to 22. So now the Rainmaker has reset and Sonder has mid control here as they are looking to get back in a position to grab the Rainmaker again. FTWin here trying to get back into mid here, paint up, and try and get some picks on Sonder.
Enlo going to give themselves just a little bit of space, having to use that splashdown almost as a defensive measure, and they are eventually going to fall victim to the bomb, but not without putting in a little bit of work and taking one of the opposition down with them. As this is Bursty now with the Rainmaker trying to claim a body for themselves. 4-3 on the map. They're pushing against the numbers here, but you know, we have seen far more preposterous things happen as their teammates spawn right back in. They have a little bit of support with the bombs, but their support's going to go down. All they can do is get those 40 points on the board, and the push will stop there.
Yeah, Bursty there had control of the Rainmaker, did a great job at dodging everything that came at them from the side of Sonder. I like here that Kaden has grabbed the Rainmaker here for Sonder because it was very close to, if FTWin snuck in there and grabbed the Rainmaker, that could be very deadly for them. So Sonder now has control of the Rainmaker and are going to go ahead and reset the Rainmaker. I think that was a very smart play on their end. But now FTWin has grabbed it again through that Rainmaker reset as FTWin has so much map control.
I really do have to give it to, oh my gosh, how close was that? How close were they to taking the lead? They have acquired 76 points, but they are nowhere close. Only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, I guess, as Synapse is able to get the splat just in time. It looks like they're going to try to let this Rainmaker reset, and they're going to indeed push all the way back and try to keep it well within the zone. Let the midfield get painted purple, but that's pretty easy to do when you have numbers on the field, and they do not right now. As it's going to be FTWin and some subs, smelling some blood in the water, and they're going to try to get the splat. Indeed, they do. 3-2 on the map. This could be crucial here, Rissa. And they do indeed get the Rainmaker back.
Yeah, the Rainmaker, since it did reset again, FTWin had mid control and was in a position to grab the Rainmaker again as there are 3 down on the side of Sonder. Who was that stopped that? That was a great stop.
Who do you think it was? In the middle of the air, sitting there perched up, it was Josh, but they do not get it. You saw it hit 22, but it goes to the team that hit it first, and that was a clutch splat. But it is 2-2 on the map. It's going to come down to the very end. 1 minute remaining as it is 4-1, and they hold on. I can't believe they got the hold. Sonder, they have bent, but have not broken. 78-77 as it stands. The tie goes to the ones who get there first. And they have just lost the Rainmaker. It is going to reset. That is a sea of green, and they are going to be more than content to hang on to it and perhaps even push it into their territory here as they're trying to retake this lead.
They are, and now there are 2 down on the side of Sonder here.
Oh, no.
Is in control of the Rainmaker. Yet again, Sonder has stopped the Rainmaker though, but FTWin is able to grab it and get the lead in that moment.
They got it! The championship ceiling moment, perhaps, and now they have to make a mad push. It's 4-2 on the map, however. They could do this. Sonder have not been inclined to quit at all. They're not going to give up without a fight. Henlo is going to have to stay alive if Sonder wants to stay alive in this tournament, and they're going to be coming in from above. You can bet your bottom dollar on it. Henlo trying to make this push forward. They have oh no, that's going to be Synapse that's down at the moment, as their main turfing weapon is going to be fallen victim. However, 4-3 on the map. Kaden trying to make this happen. They only have 25 seconds with which to do this. The Inkstorm is going to make it that much harder. Trying to push in, trying to weave their way through. Let them have it! But Keto says no! Your swim or sink 8 champions, FTWin, and some subs, they will not be denied!
Oh,
What a set, Rissa.
Seriously, for one, that game in particular, I feel like I've never seen the Rainmaker get reset that many times. And Sonder was putting up, they were playing in the moment. They were playing so smart, very smart to make sure that they tried to keep the lead. But that was a crazy game.
An absolute heartbreaker right at the very end, and it was just a mad scramble, Rissa. You saw, as soon as you saw that barrier get turn that green, that close to the goal, you knew that all that they needed to do was just grab it and run. 2 yards in a cloud of dust. That's all you need to get the victory. And certainly the numbers on the board will tell you a certain story. You're going to see that Kyo got 14 splats, but you're not going to see how crucial that last one, that 14th one was, when you saw Henlo grabbing it, making the run for it. And as good as everyone on Sonder was throughout this night, FTWin and some subs digging things out and finding the victory. It was quality Splatoon all around. And when you have players the quality of FTWin and some subs, you expect championships. But boy, oh boy, did Sonder make them work for every last one of those victories.
They really did. We definitely want to say GG's to Sonder there as well, because, you know, they put in so much work. They were putting up such good fights. The 4-1 score, the 4-0 score really doesn't show for how much work they put in. So GG's to Sonder. That was some great Splatoon that we all got to watch.
Yep, so it is going to be FTWin and some subs taking the crown, defending their title, and for the second swim or sink in a row, they came out of loser's side in order to take the entire tournament. Last week it was Starburst, and 2 weeks ago it was Starburst, and this time it is Sonder, who wind up finishing in second place. Perhaps a disappointment to them, but still quality Splatoon all around. It makes you wonder if they can kick it up to that next level. They're going to be something special. Tip of the cap as well for the show, for the people finishing in the show position. That was that's a horse racing reference. I'll just say third place. It was Priority, who again did so well. Domo and company putting in the work and getting some crazy individual plays. Certainly nothing to shake a stick at for them, but it is going to be a third place finish. So that's going to do it from us here at Inkling Performance Labs. It's been Inkfarer on production the entire time. Follow them on Twitter at Inkfarer. They're good people, and certainly the entire IPL Splatoon staff. Follow IPL Splatoon on Twitter for updates on everything. Be sure to tune in on Friday for Testing Grounds. And Rissa, do you have anything to say to the people before we head off?
I don't have anything to say. I am very happy that I got to commentate this with you, Stu. This has been quite the night in Splatoon, and I don't think I have anything in particular to say.
Well, I mean, that's words are very unnecessary. They can only do harm. So that is how we are going to end it out. Folks, we appreciate you spending this portion of your lives with us, watching some Splatoon, watching this game that we love, and perhaps brighter days ahead. It's been a tough year, but all we can do is hang on to each other, trust the process, and maybe hang on to that whatever glimmer of similarly colored ink we can swim through. So, folks, that's going to do it from all of us here at Inkling Performance Labs. I'm Stu, the announcer. And until we meet again, happy splatting.
Okay, so before we head out here, it looks like there's an announcement that we want to make. Stu, Are you able to read what the announcement is here?
I would excuse me. Yeah, that's I'm sorry about that. Let me just do that. So it's Testing Grounds is going to be this Friday at 8 p.m. But we're going to be talking about the third head TO of Swimmer Sync. That's Grace. Yeah, congratulations. That's really cool. I'm sorry I didn't see that. I got so caught up in the moment with the set. But goodness gracious, I'm sorry about that. That is I got a little bit hyped. Sorry about that.
No, that's completely okay. I honestly wasn't sure if Grace was going to come on and talk or anything, but yeah, definitely congrats to Grace for being the new third head TO of Swimmer Sync.
Absolutely, and it's a spot well deserved. Grace is so diligent with their work, always a delight to work with, and has been one of the things that's been keeping this tournament churning along. Sometimes it's hard for the stream itself to keep up with how efficient this tournament is. I'll say that. So it's absolutely great to see them get the recognition that they so well deserve. So once again, folks, I'd like to thank you for joining us. That is FTWin some subs winning the reset over Sonder by a score of 4-0. Sorry about that. I didn't even see the announcement, but time flies when you're having fun, and we certainly have fun here at Swimmer Sync.
Yeah, time really does fly when you're having fun, especially watching this Splatoon that we got to watch tonight. So I think that'll be it from us officially. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here to watch this. And we will see you this Friday for Testing Grounds back here on this stream.
Happy splatting, everyone. We'll see you Friday.